Oh, wait, don't start it yet. I'm not ready. You'll see me in my nightgown. Stop! I pushed the button too soon. Wait. Gosh, now I feel like I've ruined the whole thing. I was hoping to get off to a really good start this time, and now I just fucked everything up. God, I would just go right back to bed. We can act like we've come from out of this world, leave the real one far behind. Because we can dance and sing. We can dance if we want to. We can leave your friends behind. Because your friends don't dance, and if they don't dance, well, they're no friends of mine. Wow. You refuse to be friends with anybody who doesn't dance? That's a bold position to take. Listen, I am so into dancing that if you don't dance, I refuse to even speak to you. Ever. Ever. That's how ever Mount Everest is. Mount Everest is the place where I first got down on my knees in front of Rachel and held up my hands and said, "We can dance if we want to. And we can leave your friends behind." She said, "Those aren't my friends." "Whose friends are they then?" I say in response. "Those aren't anyone's friends. Those are Yetis. Nobody likes Yetis." That's what Rachel said. Now I said, "Hey, don't you think you're being a little rough on the Yetis? What did Yetis ever do to you?" She said, "Do you want to know really what they did to me?" I said, "No, actually I don't. I don't want to hear about it." Turns out she had been an active member of a Yeti motorcycle gang back in the late 90s. But what saved her eventually was the reality that Yetis don't dance or sing. So finally, after many years of suggesting to her in song form that we should leave her friends behind, she affirmed the fact that they were no longer her friends. That she had signed on to my refuse to be friends with anybody who doesn't dance protocol. Or you can not sing, but you have to dance. And you have to, in fact, you have to have at least two different dances. One of them a jig, and one of them the robot. Either the robot or the Macarena. Either one qualifies as acceptable. But the point is, despite the fact that you hear all the public service announcements saying we can't dance if we want to, the truth is, we can dance if we want to. We can leave your friends behind. So don't let the lamestream media lie to you, okay? I'm going to read the news to you right now. And this is the true news that you can take home to mama and say, "This is the newspaper you should be reading, mama." News today from Kuala Lumpur. We can dance if we want to. We can leave your friends behind. Because your friends don't dance, and if they don't dance, well, they're no friends of mine. Say, we can go where we want to. A place where they will never find. And we can act like we come from out of this world. Leave the real one far behind. And we can dance. Or sing. We can go when we want to. Night is young and so am I. And we can dress real neat from our hats to our feet and surprise them with the victory cry. say, we can act if we want to. If we don't, nobody will. And you can act real rude and totally removed, and I can act like an imbecile. And say, we can dance, everything's out of control. We can dance, they're doing it from pole to pole. We can dance, everybody look at your hands. We can dance, everybody's taking the chance. Safety dance. Oh, well, the safety dance, yes, the safety dance. And that's all the news is fit to print tonight from Kuala Lumpur. I'm your newscaster, Bruce Williamson, and I wish you a very good evening. I hate the news. It's always so depressing. I'm just reading the news. Reading all the news that's fit to print. What a lot of people don't understand is the top story in the newspaper every day should be the lyrics to Safety Dance. And so I make it such today here in that newscast. Because I really do affirm the first part of its message. We can dance if we want to. The second part, I agree with, but don't affirm. We can leave your friends behind. While the third part, I accept it's descriptively true, that your friends don't dance. But the fourth part, the conditional, oh no. His rule that if your friends don't dance, they're no friends of mine, is a red flag. It's a red flag. That's the kind of controlling man you don't want to go out with. Exploding grapes of wrath. The whole universe of grape juice begins back at the Big Bang. During the time of the Big Bang, well, about 6 years before the Big Bang was one of the driest years in history on the slopes of the Big Bang Mountains, where, of course, they produce their wine. It was temperate, but not too temperate. Anyhow, the dryness produced unusually flavorful grapes that made some of the most pristine vintages these wineries had ever produced. However, so few to bottles. Meanwhile, the aristocracy was rioting in the capital. More wine, they demanded. More wine. And that's when Big Bang, which is just this incredibly dense said, hey, I warned you guys, quit rioting. You're waking me up. I am sleeping. So the people grumbled and quieted down a bit. But one rabble rouser, known as MBR, they called him Mr. Burr, but it's MBR, which stood for microwave background radiation. He was a famous rabble rouser, famous for his rabble rousing, and he instigated the crowd into rioting again. And Miss Bang, hey, I warned you once. I told you I was going to warn you again, but I'm going to give you one more warning. I am sleeping over here. You aristocrats need to stop rioting for wine. You can drink regular wine, just like everybody else. I know there aren't very many bottles of that good stuff. That's because I took most of them. So let me sleep off this wine buzz. If you keep waking me up, next time I wake up hungover, I don't know what I'm going to do. So this time, people, we might call Preintropic Stasis, who was this sexy lady in a white dress. She was the counterpart or counterpoint to NBR, whereas NBR was always agitating for change. Preintropic Stasis liked things just the way they were. Hey guys, come on. We got it good here. Nothing exists yet. There's free wine. That lady, that big bang lady, she hasn't really asked that much of us. Let's just not fuck this up, okay? Grumble from one guy in particular, microwave background radiation. And just then, one of the other townspeople came into the town square where microwave background radiation, the aristocrats, and Preintropic Stasis were having their exchange. And this townsperson had brought some Hormel chili in a metal bowl, and wasn't really watching where they were going. Preintropic Stasis saw the potential problem first and screamed out, "No!" But suddenly found herself, just because it was tropically necessary, thrust into slow motion scream. So even though she began her scream in plenty of time to alert the wayward townsperson, the sound didn't reach him in time. She said, "No!" He bumped into microwave background radiation with a metal bowl. And we all know what happens when you put a metal bowl in the microwave. Sparks fly. The sparks provoked the various assembled townspeople into squealing in fear. Ah! Big Bang World, that's it, motherfuckers! Boom! Turns out Preintropic Stasis was right. They never should have fucked with that woman. And that's how the universe began. I just wanted to give you a quick explanation of how the universe began, Boba. Is that okay? Do you mind so much? God. Gib stream. Now stream not good enough? Give better stream. You're pretending to have me like juggling 10 chainsaws while improvising epic laments in metered verse and riding a horse while pooping out Hamlet by pooping onto infinite monkeys on infinite typewriters. Then you'll be like, more! God, Boba Fett, you're like Tiffany. Just bossing me around all the time. Well, Bible areas. How less knows the value of almond milk. Well, you do have me there, Boba Fett. You better understand the value of almond milk than I do. I just figured as long as I was solving all the great cosmological questions and everything, I'd tell the true story of how the universe began. Preintropic Stasis, Preentropy Stasis is, I like that name for a character. What's your name? Preentropy? Preentropy, huh? That's a weird name. Preentropy Stasis. Okay, well, isn't that redundant? What do you mean? Well, isn't the state of being prior to the existence of entropy definitionally static? Or at least without entropy? therefore free from dynamism. Okay, fuck off. You fucking pedant. You had to go there, huh? That's the one critique I can't really say anything about. I know. Now who's the pedant? Still you. True. Shit. I just lost to that lady 2 times in a row. Bitch. Don't be mean to me like that. Provides a bridge of trust between lentils and magnets for years. I like that. I like that. I want to build bridges of trust between me and non-living things. This is a program I began implementing not that long ago when I had my conversation with the 2 ATMs. When I realized, hey, some of these non-living machines may be gossiping between each other about me. So I need to establish strong relationships with each of them independently. But I've got to be persistent non-living things, though. Like, there's no reason to form a relationship with a cigarette. It's like a fruit fly. It's just born and dies all with a lickety-split. While evolving many, many times during the process. I like right now today live streaming not on mushrooms. It feels I feel agreeably at the helm of the boat. Directing things and having better FE awareness and stuff like that. So I do love mushrooms, but I also love mushrooms because they make me appreciate the value of not being on mushrooms as well. Because they're the magical solution to Eric's problems. All of which are on the mush side of the equation. Like, my biggest problem, or my most frequently reoccurring problem, is feeling meh. I'd say, if you were to say, what's Eric's biggest problem in his life to somebody else, they'd say any number of concrete things. But if you were to ask me what my biggest problem is, I would say reoccurring meh. But I'm pretty sure why it happens. I have good understanding of how I can mitigate the meh some. I just need to recall while I'm feeling meh, these correct analyses of that experience enough to take corrective measures rather than avoidant measures, which are non-corrective but better than neither corrective nor avoidant. Still you, the peasant university where toil, labor, and service taught daily, taking lobster dancing nightly. Underclass 101. Okay, I'm glad we've added this as a required course for all of our liberal arts students. So you are choosing the course of the underclass. We're going to begin the course with Section 1. The terrible decisions you've already made. Your first big mistake was going to college. After all, you're not here to learn anything. You're here to get a liberal arts degree. Your second mistake was thinking that such a thing was worth the exorbitant price tag. Feeling meow. Moi, I'm not feeling moi. That's different. Moi is like blowing a kiss sound. Moi. That's not. That's not. I rarely say moi because I rarely blow kisses. Moi. But I do feel meow periodically. And what that means is basically, playing's not fun enough right now. I need to play in this sulky, boring way. I just want to watch this cartoon and just pull balls and take another nap. Meh. Everything's all shitty now. Man. The great thing about Blind Spot is, for all of my, I'm able to perfectly well heap scorn on other people's FI and be blissfully unaware of my incredible hypocrisy. That's how much of a baby I am about my FI. If called on, I just say, that's not FI. I had good reason to feel meow. I was tired. Oh, so it was SI, huh? Well, yeah. Well, why were you throwing a little tantrum? Because I was tired. Well, you get your FI out of here, mister. I give up. Don't shoot. That was one of those kind of bong rips that gets you cornered up against the wall. It's in your lungs. You're like, it's gonna make me cough, but if I'm perfectly still, it'll be one of the cough like I just did rather than a Nobody puts baby in a corner except for that bong rip. Hi, Eric. How are you doing? It's been a long time. It's been a long time since what? It's been a long time. I'm coming back home and been away now. Oh, how I've been alone. Wait till I come back to your hide. We can set the tears behind. And yeah, I've been good as I can be. And you love me too. We'll wait and see. What a great composition. What a well put together song. It's amazing how much worse Paul McCartney stuff is than the Beatles stuff. How much worse John Lennon stuff is than the Beatles stuff. How much worse, obviously, Ringo solo stuff and George Harrison solo stuff is than the Beatles stuff. It's like, there's nothing, it's not worth it at all. It's not worth your attention at all. None of their solo stuff is worth your attention at all, really, except maybe one or two John Lennon songs. Like, Imagine's a good song. It's good songwriting. it's not my favorite. It's an undesirable flavor of NI for me, but you got to give it credit for being a timeless song. But like, what did Paul McCartney write ever after the Beatles that actually stuck as good? I would say the answer is Ebony and Ivory with Michael Jackson. No, the point is he didn't make anything good after the Beatles. And in fact, the Beatles broke up when they should have. You can tell at that last album. Hi, Shuffler. How are you? How are you? I want to tell you that I hope you're fine. You can tell at the end of that last album of theirs, their last studio album, that they were ideationally spent. You can just tell. We've been slowly kind of working our way through the Beatles albumography, skipping the early shit, you know. But I'm tempted to put on Beatles for Sale and see how it sounds. It's just, anyway, you can tell at the end at that last album that they had shot their load. Their nutsacks had been drained like the swamp in front of like a swamp standing between now and an envisioned Soviet nuclear plant. The now, of course, being historically located with the Soviet Union. In other words, the now for the Soviet Union before they built the nuclear power plant on the swamp that they drained. If you were to hire ornamental hermits to live in your garden, would Tiffany claim them for her own possession? I mean, only if she found them. Whether or not she finds something is a matter of if and whether she declares she has found it. Usually you discover that she's found it after she shows you her new whatever. I've got to show you. I just got a most amazing horse. It looks just like Khan. Really? Can we see it? Of course it is that. This is a horse. I call him Kevin Toe. That looks nothing like Kevin, though. I agree. Kevin Toe is not very horse-like. Nevertheless, I have it on good authority that Kevin Toe is a horse. Who told you that? Mindy. Well, she is the only person you listen to. Anyhow, I have a problem now. Neither me, nor Mindy, nor Fishman, nor Joshka, we can't even get on this horse. It won't let us go on. Until I consulted another expert. An expert on horses? An expert on getting on things. And they told me this kind of horses, you can only ride them if you're a surgeon. Naturally, I said, Kevin, get over here. I need to perform surgery on you. But Kevin ran away. He got escaped. So we still haven't been able to get on this horse. Tiffany, would you consider the possibility that this is a unicorn? I don't like either tuna or corn. So, I don't know. If we're talking about my horse, I know 4th is alive tomorrow, but I don't care about your goddamn barbecue. I don't care about your job, tuna and corn or whatever.
The point is, my horse is a snob. Kevin too is a snob. He only lets the doctors ride him.
Tiffany, I don't mean to be making this adult themed at all or anything, but isn't it possible only virgins can ride these kinds of horses?
Virgins? What are you talking about?
You know, people who haven't had yet.
Oh, like children?
Well, yeah, they are examples of that.
I'm not a child.
I know that.
Why would all these children be allowed to be surgeons? Why would they make children do operations on people?
No, surgeons aren't. Never mind, Tiffany. Never mind. I do like your new horse.
Kevin tells great. I'm like, just get on his fucking ass.
Oh, well. The problem is, you can't get on his fucking ass because someone else has gotten on yours.
Get your mind out of the gutter. Just 'cause I do butt hunting on squash cat touched my butt one time, doesn't mean I take it out of the ass.
Well, maybe if you only had taken it up the ass, the horse would still let you ride it.
I'll take it wherever the fuck I want.
I'm not trying to tell you what to do, Tiffany. I'm just saying, I think you misinterpreted the rule here.
You make no sense at all. You're so much alone. God, you're the silliest, selfish old man I've ever met.
I'm not trying to be selfish here, Tiffany. I'm trying to help you with your horse.
That's not helping. Telling me to make children can perform surgery.
I did not say that.
I'm telling Mindy on you. Mindy,
What, Tiffany?
this silly old man wants to make children perform surgery.
You can't do that, old man. Okay, Mindy. Okay, Tiffany, fine. My bad. I'll just leave it at that.
You I tell you something, old man. You stink! Exclamation point.
Okay, sorry.
I'll go back over there now.
Okay, see you later. Sorry, guys. I wish you guys hadn't seen that. 'Cause I'm embarrassed. I can't believe I managed to get enslaved. It's really demeaning. You know, to have to always kowtow to Tiffany's arbitrary bullshit.
A disturbing of adults.
Let's see what this says. For Thanksgiving in 1926, an admirer, it's an admirer, sent him a live raccoon with the suggestion he cook it and consume it as part of the family dinner. Wary of sampling raccoon meat, Coolidge pardoned the animal, and it soon became a close friend of his wife's and was given the name Rebecca Raccoon. Then, cruelly, Coolidge changed his mind, slaughtered the raccoon, and force-fed raccoon tartare to his family. The lesser-known presidential tales. A disturbing of adults. Watch My Little Pony. A disturbing number of adults. Listen, I'm no brony or whatever they call themselves. Reality dictates the entities in my life to me. I didn't cause Tiffany to get confused about the rules for unicorns. The universe put me in a situation where I experienced Tiffany's confusion about the rules of unicorns. So, it's just one of those, it's like complications in my life. Like the adoption of trouble. He's a complication. He's territorial. He kind of drives Capillo. It's weird because like sometimes they're sitting right next to each other. And other times he like won't let her nearby, and it's a complication. Another one of the complications is when Rachel and I were going along happy as day, and then suddenly we found ourselves enslaved by Tiffany. So that changes things. You just adjust. You make do. You make the best of it. That you can. On that day, Coolidge was famously quoted, "Yo, we ate the fuck out of that raccoon." What is rule number 3 for the unicorns? Could you give us a primer? The Night Goes to Ying video is I think more entertaining than the long video before that. Hopefully this is even more entertaining than that, and that each successive video gets progressively more entertaining until it becomes a genuine threat to your safety to undergo such intense entertainment for any prolonged period of time. What happened here? He's been too long in there. The entertainment level is incredibly intense. Okay, he's going to shot. Bring him out of there. Bring him out of there. That's how entertaining I want to be. I want to be the kind of entertaining that's like the super hot spicy sauce at the restaurant where they make you sign a waiver. Except instead of spiciness, it's entertainingness. I want to become so entertaining that it requires me to make everyone sign a waiver first. I find long videos entertaining as well, especially when I can understand them. No, Tiffany. He says he doesn't like it when you do the long videos because he can't understand a word you're fucking saying.
I'm calling on you to understand. You're the one that can understand.
I don't say
blah, 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 blah. No. You better watch out, boy. You're getting my shit out. But Andre Brasiliska.
Anyway, 4th of July caroling. I want to talk about 4th of July caroling. So, I think that 4th of July is really probably just as good or maybe even a better holiday to carol for than Christmas. Probably better because you need something that doesn't require you to strain your neck and look up as an activity to go along with the other activities of 4th of July. There's not really any activity except fireworks and eating something. There needs to be another formalized holiday tradition activity for 4th of July that's more interesting than looking at things blow up in the sky. Even as a kid, I always found looking at fireworks shows like boring and like what and yes, there are lights in the sky. Okay. But the thing is, I didn't find the ones you lit off yourself boring though. Those I like because then you can point it over here or point it over there. Or you can do things with it. I like the ones you can light off yourself. I just didn't like the ones where you're supposed to sit somewhere and look up. Everyone does reaction videos, but not to their own videos. That's not a bad idea. I could react to an old video of mine that I don't like. I could endure some small stretch of it probably. And just, I mean, I will give it this turn. I'll explain why it's so bad for us bitches. You're going to buy a lot. I hate my own previous failures, and it doesn't bother me that there's a massive number of them. That's kind of good, because the more failure they are, the happier I am that they're buried under a big pile of stuff and hard to find. But it does seem conceivable to media critic an early video of mine as a fun thing, an interesting thing to do. I like that idea. Well, barbecue is the eating part, Boba. I said eating. In my mind, I'm picturing the yard, a table with a red, white, and blue tablecloth on it, and a barbecue, which is from whence the food is coming. So, you just didn't read my mind enough. Anyway, let's go back. Oh, right. The issue of 4th of July caroling. I so easily get sidetracked. This is an important issue, too. It's important because I like the idea of holidays where you walk around to people's houses and sing at them. So, I've got a set list for an imagined 4th of July caroling. You start with, of course, imagine this. Imagine you're inside your house. Or imagine you guys are gathered in the front yard, you and your family. And me and my group of carolers come. Instead of your stereotypical fur coat-y caroling clothes, we've got on red, white, and blue, America, go America. These colors don't run. Love it or leave it. Every America slogan of all varieties all over us, just fucking drenched in America, okay? An America sport coat. I got a full America suit on, okay? My pants are the American flag. My shirt comprises like 50 different America slogans. You have to really look closely to actually read it, because it packs in the words almost so much it looks like a pattern, but it's actually full of America slogans. You can have my gun when you pry it from my cold dead fingers. Hey, freedom isn't free. Okay? Remember that. It is subsidized, and you can get a coupon from pharmaceutical company that makes it zero cost if you've got these kinds of insurance. But it's not free. Let's see. What other American slogans we're going to have on there? Land of the free because of the brave. I've seen that one. America. Such an even number of states. Such a round number of states. These United States comprise such a round number. Isn't it nice that we have 50? 50 states, I tell you. America, fuck yeah, of course, has to be on there. But also, only, let's see, it's been only 149 more years till the next bicentennial. Okay, so we've got that to look forward to. As somebody who was alive during the last bicentennial, let me tell you, they made quarters with a drummer on them. That's the other thing we wanted to bring along with our caroling, is the drummer, the fife, and the wounded guy, right? That thing. Also, I'd like to have a float following us of Washington crossing the Delaware while chopping down a cherry tree as Abraham Lincoln's pursuing him to return a penny. Anyway, we get to the front yard. Knock, knock, I say on a tree in a playful, neighborly way. Knock, knock, neighbors. Say, what are you guys up to? 1, 2, 3, and we all go, it's a grand old flag, it's a high-flying flag, and forever in peace may it wave. In the land of love, the land we love, the home of the free and the brave. Every heart rings true with the red, white, and blue, and forever in love we bow. Let old acquaintance be forgot, the grand old flag. Jazz hands. And then we wait for some kind of response to see if we have to go away or if they're going to accept another song. Now, if they accept another song, then I'm going to go, I think our good bet for a second song that might provoke a third song, is something that we all remember for childhood, and we all sing the words to. America, America, God shed his grace on thee. Thy brotherhood and meow wood from sea to shining sea. America, America, go meow, 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 meow. I don't remember the words. It's a Purple Mountain Majesty's part. I need to start with that part, right? Now we got kicked out of that house. Now we're not going to be allowed to sing a third song. I know who Clayton Kershaw is. He's that pitcher who never performs well in the playoffs. Stars and Stripes. Is that a song or a slogan? Don't tread on my snakes, or I won't invite you to my Boston Tea Party. One of our group could be dressed up in the classic Indian costume, but have a box on his shoulder that says T in block letters on it. Each state shall have an allowed quantity of carols per doorstep. It may have a minimum or maximum amount of times God may be referenced per song. God bless the USA, God, God, won't you say America's the best? God, God, I say, my Lord, favor us over those other lesser nations, please, my Lord. Isn't it funny how there's a lot of that sentiment in and America songs. Oh. And thank you, God, for favoring us and our better ways. We're clearly are deserving of your praise, America. I need more of a G Willikers moment. Oh, arm movement. Like this one? Is that G Willikers or aw shucks? This is aw shucks. Just play the Hunk Hogan theme. You mean Hulk Hogan. I don't know that one. I'm a Yankee Doodle dandy, a Yankee Doodle, you and I. A real some yum 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 yum, born on the 4th of July. If your heart rings true with the red, white, and blue, then there's never a meow meow. That's a grand old flag. I was trying to sunbathe, but the wind and this very disagreeable cloud were trying to keep me from my sun cravings. Were you butt sunning? Because, from what Tiffany tells me anyway, if you don't absorb enough sun particles through your butthole, you'll get scurvy. I don't know if it's true, but... Well, I do know that it's not true, though. I'll affirm both the statements. I don't know that it's true. And I do know that it's not true. Well, Dark Sunshine, you need to begin your butt sunning, assuming that the neighbors are going to say, "Thank you for honoring my eyes with your bare cheeks." You got to go in confident. Additionally, thank you for spreading them to ensure the sun particles reached their destination. The Lord does like purple mountains. He finds them majestic. He's also, if you're gonna like say, "Hey God, do you want a wave of grain?" Here's what you're gonna hear in response. "Do you got any amber ones?" Yeah. When the sun falls down on my butthole and the particles enter in, then I know I'm protected from scurvy. Whoa, but sunny. In some parts of the world, butt sunning is the way to enlightenment. Well, it does make more light go on part of you that usually doesn't get that much light. Unfortunately, enlightened doesn't mean infused with more light. Today's not the 4th of July. Today's the 3rd of July. It's not my day of independence. Tomorrow is America Day. Why don't they just call it that? America Day instead of the 4th of July. And do you know why I wish that? Because it's more snappy as a name. Today is the 4th of July? Oh shit, today is the 4th of July. Happy 4th of July, America. The rest of you guys, you're welcome to our party, but you're explicitly, formally not included in it. You can be here. We'll be nice to you and everything. But you, just so you know, I'm issuing you each a formal letter that technically you're not included in our party. Of course, this is based purely on where you live. If you live in America, you count as American. It is not about your legal status, okay? I don't give a fuck if you're a citizen of America. Regarding these are the rules of holidays. Okay, we're not in court considering whether or not U.S. law applies to you. We're in air court considering whether holiday tradition law applies to you. And holiday tradition law is very clear on this matter that if you live in America for the 4th of July's purposes, you are American. And if you don't live in America, but you are an American citizen, you still get to be America. But if you're neither living in America nor an American citizen, you do not get to be America. That's right. That's right. That's how jingoistic I am. I'm the kind of guy who says hegemony a lot. I'm the kind of guy who loves the word hegemony. In fact, I frequently use the noun form hegemon. It's almost always preceded by global. And of course, that term of art is 100% of the time referring to America. You're welcome for streaming Betting Tips 3000. I think your weird obsession about my Padres tip is funny. It's like, look, that's a good betting tip even if the Padres don't win the division. The reason it's a good betting tip is because it's mechanically a good betting tip. It says, okay, this is a team that seems undervalued in people's expectations, so you'll get a good price on them if you bet them. It's a good betting tip. Just because it's wrong doesn't mean it's a bad betting tip. If you evaluated betting tips on whether or not they were right or wrong, then you'd never figure out how to make good betting tips. Because every good betting tip that turned out wrong would mess up your evaluation system. I mean, I hope the Dodgers win for sure. I'm expecting the Dodgers to win the division. I'm curious as to how they're going to handle the Yankees if they can make it to the World Series. What's going on with the Yankees? Like, you know, for a long time they were this big dynasty, and then the last I don't know how many years they've been like, it seems like they've been struggling to keep at the make the playoffs level. And then this year, I mean, unless something's changed in the last week or so, aren't they on pace to like win 116, 120 games or something like that? That's what happens when you spend so much money. Which players do you think paid off the most for the Yankees in terms of they went out and spent all this money to get Mia, but look at his WAR and look at how he plays out in the Yankees, and he was worth it for sure. Whereas they also got Mew, who was similarly priced, and he hasn't paid off quite as well, but was still contributing. What do you think? Anybody have an answer to that question? Anyone want to put in the word premiere, the word premiere? Derogatory. Characterized? Oh, jingoistic. I see. That's not a definition of derogatory. That's a definition of jingoistic. We're a shining city on a hill. Okay? And you savages are looking up at our shiny city and saying, wow, that's a shiny city. And we're like, yeah, it is. Try to be more like us. Down there in the mud. Try to find a hill to build your city on, dummies. Like us. Shine it up real good.
Back in 1986, when George Washington wrote the Constitution, he said, "How many? How's the war on milk?"
Why are the Yankees just throwing gum on the field during games? I want to know. I want to know why they're throwing the gum on the field during the games. Is it because they're trying to punish the gum? Yes, I've watched all of Hunter x Hunter. Every last episode. Throughout the entire duration, I said, ooh. Now, in contrast, I was initially not saying, ooh, about Black Clover. It took them a while to get down that main character who doesn't have any magic to present in ways that weren't too grating. The initial rendition of him was just like, okay, you have to yell everything? Do I think his SoCal is an ENTP or an STP? Is that the clown dude or whatever? It's been a long time since I've seen that show. If it's the clown dude, I don't know. It's hard to say. That kind of big physical display of weirdness is more consistent with ENFP than either ESTP or ENTP. Although ENTPs can be like that a little bit, but most of the sort of flashy ENTPs are actually ENFPs probably. I like to be a little flashy, it's true, but I like to be cool flashy. Boba Fett, I am not critiquing your t-shirt collection at all. I think it's fantastic that you have good t-shirts. There's nothing wrong with wearing cool t-shirts. I'm just saying, that don't write a good song that romanticizes infidelity and then wear a cool t-shirt, because it creates a stark juxtaposition between what you think you don't have to care about and what you actually care about. That's not a good look, you know? I don't mean to be giving FE advice to the INFJs of the world, but I'm just saying. Lou Reed made the mistake. He's an INFJ, and I started watching an interview with him. I was very disappointed with him. Very disappointed in him because, well, he needed an ENTP in his life to help him navigate the crushing, for any INFJ, burden of being seen as a genius. And then having to sustain it. No, if you're gonna write a song about cheating on people, don't romanticize it and be all cool and jaded about it. Now, granted, he wasn't the one cheating in the song. He was enabling some lady to cheat, right? Or participating in some lady's cheating. But there's the additional issue of he's fucking Lou Reed, okay? And he's fucking some regular guy's wife. What a scumbag. Now, granted, the song might be not based on anything that actually happened. But what I'm saying is that regardless, for INFJs and ENTPs, we're going to intuit the same shit. He fucked it up. Probably later on, he realized, oh shit, I was young and I was behind. But unlike the ENTP, who assumes they're constantly fucking up and repairing as they go, INFJs aren't really well equipped to deal with when they do fuck up. In this interview, he was like trying to be cool by talking about rock and roll and like who's qualified to play it. But of course, if you actually look at his work, some of his best stuff is not remotely rock and roll, and the idea that British people can't make good rock and roll is fucking stupid beyond all meaning. But he was playing it cool. But that's because in order to navigate the complications of both executing as cool as a produced artist and actually being cool in your personal life with the people you know, and successfully also presenting as a cool combination of those two things in an interview, that's a boatload of subject FE for a receiving type. Lou Reed said it. Really made me shake my head at him. But, it didn't change the fact that the Velvet Underground produced some incredibly genius shit. And the reason you know it, and it's genius, is because they didn't produce it well. Those are not good recordings. Even the remastered ones sound shitty. And the songs are so right when they are. Not all of them are. But the songs are so right when they are that it doesn't, it's like you just put up with it because it's not as good as any covers of it. I mean, it's not, no covers of it are as good as the original, even though you wish the original had been recorded properly and that they'd tried harder and weren't so sloppy. It's the best you can do. So you just grin and bear it, I guess, But yeah, they were way ahead of the game. And some of like history's coolest songs came from Lou Reed or the Velvet Underground. Like, if you close the door, the night will last forever. Let the sun shine out and say goodbye to never. All the people are laughing and they're having such fun. I wish it could happen to me. 'Cause if you close the door, we'll never have to see the day again. Boom, 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 ding, boom, boom, ding, 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 boom, boom. It's a great fucking song. He's got a lot of great songs. Yeah, Perfect Day is great, and Satellite of Love is great, and you know they're great because even if you don't want to listen to them, you can't stop fucking singing them. I've been trying to get Sweet Nothing out of my head since we put it on the car. And we didn't even finish listening to the song in the car. Because it's depressing. The Dodgers will win the NL West. They just swept the Padres. Okay, 3-1 is not a sweep. Mr. doesn't know what a broom is. It should have been 4-0. If the offense only helps Kershaw pitching a perfect 7 innings. 7? Give me 9, Kershaw. 9 perfect innings. I mean, you did 7 perfect innings, and what? You're just like, I'm just not going to finish the job. I mean, it's such a good song. It gets so, it's so soulfully done, too. It's one of the songs that they executed well, even if it's still not really recorded well. You know, well, my coaching managerial philosophy for baseball is to coach and manage just like they did in 1917. So I expect my pitchers even to pitch back-to-back days, complete games, both games of a doubleheader. So, you know, if I don't even have relievers on staff, that's just giving my starting pitchers an excuse to fail. They don't need relief. What they need is to try harder. This is Japanese style baseball, okay? Nah, I'm just kidding. I don't really have a managerial baseball style. I don't really have an opinion about that stuff. I do think that people are right to be a little clucky at Tommy Lasorda for burning through Fernando Valenzuela so fast. Yes, that's something I have an opinion on because of my age and the times of my life when I was most actively engaged with the Dodgers. By the end of the season, your starting pitchers will be people who pitched in high school who were hitters. I think you're underestimating the power of my inspirational speeches, betting tips 3,000. As I've informed people before, and maybe informed you before, but I'll just repeat it so I can reference it as proof of what I'm saying. The day after I was born, I jumped over the Grand Canyon on a horse. And the horse himself said to me, there's no fucking way I can jump over this Grand Canyon. And the speech I gave him, motivating and inspiring, was so powerful that he cleared the Grand Canyon by a good 4 miles. And after he stopped to get some water, I had him sprint all the way back here to California. And we got home in 7 minutes. Right before the horse died, he said, "Damn, man, you're only 1 day old. You're going to be so inspirational when you grow up." So, that's why I'm going to, in fact, in order to maximize my offensive firepower on the team, I'm just going to have one pitcher on staff. He has to pitch every inning the entire season. Here's the thing I want to know. Is it really true that throwing the ball faster makes it harder to hit. Like, if I tried to throw a ball to a major league hitter, and let's say I can only throw the ball 50 miles an hour. How much harder is it to hit a ball going 100 miles an hour than a ball going 50 miles an hour? Do you think that it's more than 2 times harder to hit? Or do you think it's just twice as hard to hit? Now, I know. That depends a lot on movement, kind of pitch, how live a pitcher's arm is. I know. Let's pretend all those things are identical. Except one pitcher is pitching 100 miles an hour and one pitcher is pitching 50. How much harder would it be to hit the faster one that has identical liveliness? If you want to make your pitch extra hard to hit without throwing it very fast, the answer is the knuckleball. The knuckleball doesn't seem to go much over 70 miles an hour, even among professional pitchers. And yet, if you are a master of the knuckleball, you can make entire baseball squads look foolish in their flailing attempts to hit your slow pitches. That's what I like best about baseball. I want there to be a dominant knuckleballer who only throws knuckleballs and nevertheless wins like 30 games in the season. They're all complete games, That would be the most exciting thing that could happen to baseball for me. Would be for that to happen. Or maybe for somebody to invent a brand new, never before invented, very slow pitch that dominates the league. That would be very exciting to me. You remember the pitch that they threw in the cartoons, the old cartoons? And it was so slow that the batter would swing all 3 strikes before the slow pitch got to the catcher's mitt. Why hasn't somebody tried that in real life? Well, betting tips 3,000. I think that you're underestimating the robust vigor of the screwball, Fernando Valenzuela's signature pitch. I just read an article about this old guy who is doing really well being a starting pitcher this year. I don't remember his name or the team even, but he's doing really well on the back of throwing almost exclusively his 70-mile-per-hour curveball. Because apparently he grips it backwards because he was taught it by his left-handed brother and he learned it wrong. But he learned it early on, so it was like good muscle memory for it. And it, because of the weirdness of it and its liveliness, and apparently it's very challenging for batters to tell whether it's going to land within the strike zone until after it's hit the the catcher's mitt. Apparently, right away, scouts and stuff were scouting him, and they were all like dazzly-eyed about that pitch. And concurrent to him having that pitch, he was working on developing a slider. As soon as he got drafted or hired to be in minor league baseball or whatever they do to you, they said, stop with the slider. No, you're not throwing that pitch anymore. We don't like that pitch. You don't need that pitch. We don't want that pitch. So, anyway, I forget who this guy's name is, but he's in his 40s already, and he's near the top of the league in terms of like wins, complete games, ERA, and stuff. Even though he'd been in decline because his fastballs dropped off to like 88 miles an hour or something like that. But I guess this year he's just using his curveball more instead of worrying about the fact that his trying to make his fastball still work even though it's slower. Ruben Steven Wilson's stuff is in Serena Williams' face because Steven Williams' stuff is lightning. Rub against my Serena Williams. Stroke my Andre Vasilevsky. Okay. Charlie Morton. I mean, is that the pitcher's name? Well, yeah, I've had a few insights about it. Scheffler, they specifically that instrumentality and absoluteness stem from, or are explained by, I guess is the best way to put it, the fact that your dominant function defines the default perspective. So, an action type, the default perspective is as a subject. A knowing type, the default perspective is as an observer. And that element means that when you have, you can just like close that up to either an epistemology function or a subject function. So it's like, for a knower, they've got absolute epistemology function, absolute value epistemology function, instrumental value interface function, instrumental value action function, because they're an epistemologist. So definitionally, the alternative to epistemologies, which are external engagements, actions, or interfaces, have to be instrumental to the elements of the attentional stack that define the kind of person they are. Since their dominant function defines the kind of person they are, that makes that things consistent with that kind of function in the conscious stack absolute values. And it explains why also the extent to which the odd number even number thing is reliably predictive of distinctions beyond just instrumentality and absoluteness. It's explained because like because the other half of this thing, which is low res, high res. So you've got this subject, epistemology or subjectness, and then you've got high res, low res, right? So if you're like me, and you go subject, low res, and then third slot, subject, low res, operational value, second slot, is a epistemology function, but because I'm a subject, I'm going to use it like a subject, and that means that I'm going to be assuming deliberation is operationally done via low-res data. But in contrast, look at my dad. Okay, so well, having said that, now look at my relationship with TE, my 6-slot function. It's clear that as absolute values, I'm going to value things that are external expressions of universality in low resolution data. And that operationally, I'm going to render my epistemology externally as a subject, or operationally as operationally as an expression of low-res data as well. My 6-slot function is high-res data. So while it's the case that it's a subject function, and I'm a subject type, my relationship with it is not as a subject, because I operationally operationally deliberate in low-res data, and therefore have a weak linkage between any of my operations and TE, which requires high-res data. And then my 3rd-slot function, my absolute value as the other kind of absolute value of the subject that's natural, is the interface function that is low-res data, FE. So I'm going to extra counter value TE. In contrast, my dad has a very different breakdown of that, because his SE is high-res data, his TE is high-res data, his SI is high-res data. It's his 3rd-slot function, which is extroverted intuition, that is the conscious absolute value that's low-res data. So the relationship he's going to have between his 6-slot function and between who he is and his 6-slot function, between who he is and his 3rd-slot function, is going to express very differently than mine. And when we look at ESTJs or ESFJs, from us as observers, evaluating their expression of extroverted sensing as a manner of attention in ways that we can observationally validate, because while it's high res, it's external and it's action, and it's meant to be therefore impactful and therefore engaging, able to be engaged by other observers. What we see is what appears to be really good SE. And that's true because the part of SE that's recognized as good by people is much more the follow-through part, which is what is the mirror of SI. Is SI that's the operational value that sets up. This explanation is not a good explanation. Because the key thing is that number one, I I haven't SI'd these words enough to have a good NI meaning for you, because I need to SI my way to NI. But the second thing is that there's an ability or willingness to be accurate in your engagement of each of the functions as a subject, as an object, and as an observer. And I made this little notepad thing that says, like, if you're able to be accurate in all three, and you're willing to be accurate in all three. In fact, you could even say it's impossible for you not to be accurate with your dominant function. Whereas with your 8-slot function, you're never accurate about it, and you're only willing about it through one of the possible perspectives. No, what's low res or high res? It depends. Like SI and NI are both observer functions. SI's high res, and NI's low res. And TE and FE are both subject functions. FE is low res and TE is high res. Because the distinction I'm making here is breaking the functions into extroverted and introverted functions. But the reason it's doing that is because it turns out that the three perspectives, subject is able to encompass both the kind of attention of action and the kind of attention of interface, because the parts of interface that are responsive are nevertheless treated as actions, as identical actions in communicating about them. We might describe a part of an interface process that's not an action, but it would always sound like this. Judy saw the pain in Joe's face and winced. This was going to be a problem. Jill already had a bad impression. So it's going to be, you're going to be describing her receiving information, knowing about what that information means, and then taking some kind of an action. So an interface process is always broken down into something that's a combination of receive, know, and act. That's what the interface process is. As soon as deliberation comes into it, then it's really action. But when we describe the actions of interface, it's grammatically indistinguishable from how we use subjects with actions that aren't interface actions. So, like, if I walk up and punch a tree, having decided to do so, because I really want to, okay, is a different kind of paying attention than if I duck under Floyd Mayweather's punch and then cock him with an uppercut like that. In the second instance, it's a different kind of action because it's a dynamic process, whereas in the former, I have a stated thing will have happened when the action has been completed. It knows the action is possible, and it's not waiting for any particular opportunity to see if it's possible. It's not responsive to the reality at all. it's reliant on elements of the reality that don't change. Namely, that I know the tree's there, I know I have a fist, I know I am capable of walking over there and punching it. All of those things that's a decided action. Whereas ducking and counterpunching is an interfacing kind of action. The thing is, we typically think of those interfacing kind of actions as SE things. And you might say that that's the case in the boxing example, because what's really going on in the boxing example is NISE. And in the boxing example of punching and counterpunching, I'm using that as a metaphor to explain, to demonstrate what interactive responsiveness looks like. But FE is different than SE because it's actually interactively responding to something that needs translation from a particular to a universal. In the same way that, so it's like when Judy concretely, particularly, displays some emotion on her face, and various dots connect. I recall that Rudy was the name of her grandmother who died recently, and that Bob, who's standing over there, and Judy had a huge fight about Rudy earlier, and get what happened there, and know, oh shit, I put my foot in my mouth and said something that made people uncomfortable. And then maybe you scramble to change the subject. That's FE interface. It'll always be communicated about as knowing, observing, knowing, and talking, probably taking action of some kind. But the key element of it is the attention being paid is being paid to realities that systemically don't allow you to be sure of enough things ahead of time to have decided ahead of time how to act. When we artificially try to construct interface environments, people who are not natively interfacers will often try to artificially force it into a deliberation action thing. For example, a job interview. A job interview is supposed to be an interaction between two people. But because not everybody interfaces naturally via FE, in many instances, it's been TE'd and SI'd into this artificial ritual where the asker of questions has a prepared list of things he asks all the time and a prepared list of understandings of certain kinds of responses, and the answerer of questions has studied likely interview questions and prepared answers for them ahead of time. And in fact, there are plenty of people who would tell you that's a better way to determine whether somebody's a good fit for your company because it's more standardized. And it doesn't disadvantage people who can't think on their feet and stuff like that. But the point is that interfacing is sometimes unavoidable. There are lots of things for which it very quickly, contingencies or like conditionalities that you need to account for become unwieldy very quickly because there are too many branches. And so you can't deliberate it out as conditionals. Well, if this happens, then that. If this happens, then that. And And you can't even deliberate it out with your feelings because you can't know enough about it because of its retained, unrealized conditionals to know how you feel about it. All right, let me go back and look at this thing. I'm not. You're not going to get the best explanations from me right away about all this stuff, because the reason I'm so slow in explaining it is it's still drying in my head. Like I need more SI familiarity with it before I can move around quickly and use it. So it's important for me, though, to do this, to explain it again and then sort of get lost where I'm going with this explanation, because it's helping it dry. Eric Thor is live. He's typing Pokemons. So, can you tell me about a sequence of insignificant events comprising your day before we started this? Pika, Pika, Pikachu, Chu, Pika, Pika, Pikachu. I'm sorry, was that Kachu or Kapi? Kachu! Okay. You can't type Pokemons because they can only say their name. The only Pokemon you can type is Meowth. You can type Meowth. Apparently, it was explained in some episode how it came to be that he's the only one who could talk. I one time said around here somewhere, why don't they ever explain why Meowth can talk and nobody else can? And so they said, no, they did explain that, but I don't remember where the explanation is. Yes. After you peed and chewed, what did you do? Caw. You cawed. Presumably it's from nearby crows. Pee. And then you peed again. Kachoo. God bless you. It's good teamwork, Ruben. It's good teamwork. High five. Yeah, I've been in a fight. Multiple fights, but only one fight as an adult. Everybody's heard this story. I don't want to tell the story again. I worked up a car. A guy punched me. So I was in my car. A guy sucker punched me through the rolled down window, and kept punching me. And finally, I got out of the car, and he kept punching me. And then I got knocked out. And I woke up. I was in the street. I ran the house, tackled him, and we rolled around. And I tackled him, pushed his head into the drywall, and then he got up and got away from me and ran and locked himself in his girlfriend's car, and that was the end of the fight. That was pretty quick. See the advantage of SI and telling something quickly? The better the SI, the faster the talking. No, never slapped Rachel at all. I unslap Rachel. Instead of slapping her, I begin with my hand gently against her face, and then go. No, it's not that SI users talk faster. It's that what I'm saying is, when I was in the videos I've done this morning about this idea of or that the about completing the picture here on the perspectives, instrumentality, and absoluteness, universality, particularism, and ability and willingness to be accurate by those perspectives is conceptual ground that I sort of glanced at from a distance before, but I never articulated before. So I don't know it yet, and I won't know it well until I explain it multiple times. The more times I explain it, the faster I can explain it. I build up. For me, concision is not a conscious attentional thing. It's the result of many failures to be concise. And what I've been doing today is being pretty concise by talking much slower, which is the only way I can be concise about something that I haven't said a million times before. Whereas that story about the fight I got in, I've told that story plenty of times, so I just do a bap, 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 bap. No problem. Because I have experiential knowledge of it as a story. It's like a song I've played a lot of times before. I'm more accurate in reproducing what it's supposed to be than a song that I don't play that often because I don't. My SI it's just not very, very good at doing what it's supposed to do. And what it's supposed to do is this. I pick up a guitar to play a song that I wrote and I played many times before, and therefore always play it correctly and never forget the lyrics in the middle of it for no reason, and never suddenly go, wait a second, what part goes here? But that does happen to me. I have this set list, and while I do have some songs memorized, the songs that I don't have memorized never seem to get memorized, no matter how many times I play them from the set list, unless I willfully try to memorize them. No, I don't slap Rachel in a loving way. Look, if you want to play me controlling dominant man and you obedient girl, which is the default thing, okay? Let's just concede that right off the bat. What I would tell you is this. You don't need to concretize any of your capacity to manifest negative reinforcement in order to get all the juiciness out of the reality of the dynamic. Okay? Concretizations for censors. Rachel's fragile, precious. Put it this way. I don't need any corporal punishment to attain compliance. And that's for less gentlemanly. That's for the vulgar commoners may need to train their wives that way, but I'm an elegant gentleman. As I saunter into the marital chamber in my elegant way and say, darling, prepare to be dominated by my mind. She swoons and says, oh, how gentlemanly. That's when the fucking begins. For those of you who want lessons in the gentlemanly etiquette of sexual intercourse, I'm hosting a symposium. Costs $600. And it's going to be a 25-minute long video conference on Tuesday. Okay, you need to stop worrying about my Rachel's body. Right? That's my Rachel. I don't go over to your house and tell you how to pet your dog, do I? No, I don't. You're petting your dog wrong. No, I'm not petting my dog wrong. I don't even have a dog. No, I'm not saying having a woman is like having a dog. I'm saying how you touch your woman is like how you pet your dog. Only I am the expert at how I pet my dog. Only I am the expert at how I pet my woman. After all, the successful accomplishment of either of those two things is entirely determined within my frame. So, of course, we best leave these matters up to me. Pushing buttons, rocking boats. Are you also stirring pots? I think once you've rocked a boat and pushed a button, you're required to stir a pot. And then, only after you've done all of those things will you earn your Boy Scouts Rabble Rouser badge. Betting Tips 3000, are you trying to earn your Rabble Rouser badge? I don't think you're going to earn it. You're not that much of a Rabble Rouser. You seem like a nice guy. I like you. Although, we just about fight to the death every day over our Padres-Dodgers conflict. We would, except for the fact that I actually am a Dodgers fan. And I do like the Padres when they're not playing the Dodgers. Like, I like it. If the Dodgers didn't make the playoffs, I definitely prefer the Padres win the division over the Giants winning the division. Because while I did have my time as a Giants fan when I was in college, the Padres are those plucky little brown-suited fathers who need our encouragement. They're from poor San Diego, who's constantly losing all of their teams to us. So, you know, you gotta get over there and stand next to San Diego for a second, betting tips, and I want you to just say, hey guys, you're great, okay? And we really, really hope you have a good time this year with your team, the Padres, the Fathers, the Monks, the Mission Builders, the Indian Tamers. We really wish them the best of all fortune that's not directly contraindicated to Dodgers' success. I want you to go give them that inspiring speech, okay? You go make your way down to San Diego, talk to some San Diegans, and explain to them in the most condescending way imaginable that you're proud of them and their plucky little team. Okay? Hey, sport. How you doing, Tiger? So, I hear you guys are really big Padres fans. Well, you know what 3D are now, man? Are you from San Diego? It sounds to me like San Diego might be the perfect place to film my new feature film. It's been in the works now for years, but I haven't actually begun any production on it yet. But it's called Home More. Home More is a heartwarming story of an ENFP who graduates from college with her double major in women's studies and interpretive dance and sets off to San Diego to realize her vision of an interpretive dance troupe comprising only homeless people. And Saucy Jacquet, who's one of the singers, one of the homeless singers, dancers, I mean, she's the one who says, I got a name for us. They want to call us homeless? I call this Home More. And everyone's cheering. It's Sister Act, but with interpretive dance and homeless people. The incredible climactic scene is when, the heartless bureaucrat who on some technicality canceled Home More's scheduled performance at the presidential inauguration. The side story of scrambling to get that problem solved goes through just at the last minute, and it's like on stage, like, well, where are they? Where are they? And then the lady, Mike tried to hide where are the homeless people? And right then is when they come out. And who's leading the group? Jack Hay. And then she says, you think we're homeless? And then the beat drops. We home more. Kick it, girls. And then all the girl homeless people will come out and do their part of the dance. And then like one of them picks up the mic and does this like 80s rap. Don't forget about us boys. We can dance too. We're not just toys. Kick it. And then they do some percussion shit with like trash can lids and stuff. And then they do this one dance where all the dancers build up into the form of a home. It's really poignant. And at the end, of course, everybody's standing ovation. And you see the other backstory thing that was going on where Senator Johnson turns to the stubborn but principled and good-hearted Republican senator from the state of Texas. Says, you still sure you can't appropriate funds for those homeless projects? And Senator Johnson goes, well, I guess they do say everything's better in Texas, bigger in Texas, because they're planning on building a big thing in Texas, you see. They shake hands, and their constituency around them applauds, and Jack Hay jumps up into the air and freeze frame. Home More. Starring okay, have you seen that TV show Miss Marvel? We watched a couple episodes if we get a chance. The main teenage girl that they cast in that is a good actress, By the time we're in production for Home More, she's going to be the perfect age for just graduated from college, fresh out of her women's studies and interpretive dance classes, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and eager, but still having to learn some hard lessons about the realities of the streets. There's one poignant moment when she comes in and David Jason is his name. David Jason, who'd been doing so well, staying off the sauce, is embarrassing himself, attempting and failing miserably to hide the fact that he's drunk during dance practice. She's got to take him aside. They have a really difficult but powerful conversation about the dangers of drinking. No, the thing is, I don't hate the Giants because when I was a Giants fan, I know, it's like, Rachel and I both have this experience. Rachel has it about, she's a Rangers fan, and she's from Long Island, and everyone's like,
"What? You're a Rangers fan? Look out, so much for your precious self to be an Islander fan."
I don't fucking care about that stupid shit. I am a lifelong Dodgers fan, except when I lived in the Bay Area for college, I was really into listening to baseball and got really into the Giants, and was one of my favorite baseball seasons as a fan was that season when the Giants didn't make the playoffs. They won like 106 games or something and lost a playoff game at the end of the year to the Braves. But it was the most miracle season because there were so many late inning comebacks, and I got it so much so that as somebody who listened to like all the games pretty much, I never experienced after a certain period of time that year what one normally experiences with baseball, which is my team's down by 2 or 3 runs in the 6th inning, it's over. You know, either that or you're watching some American League fucking 2 teams who don't have any pitchers, and then it's always a crapshoot. But the Giants had good pitching, and you knew that if they were down by 2 or 3 runs in the 6th inning, they were probably going to win. And they do it like bottom of the 9th, home run, 2 outs to win. Happened way more than I ever normally see it ever happen with that team. It was such an exciting baseball season to be a fan of it, and so heartbreaking at the end though too, because they didn't even make the playoffs. But they've got a place in my SI heart. I refuse to be a Dodgers fan by way of disliking the Giants, but I no longer like the Giants enough to prevent me from being pro Padres over pro Giants, because the Giants pose more of a threat to the Dodgers. A medium-sized grain of salt won't do, because your observation is a huge potato. It needs more than 1 grain of salt, considerably more. So I'm glad you're familiar with that year. Robbie Thompson was on that team. Barry Bonds, I think, was on the team. Maybe I'm not sure if he was on the team yet or not. But they had Tim Lincecum as one of the pitchers. I think it was a long time ago. You know, I was in college, so it was 1990, 91, or something like that. 92. I don't know. But I still remember, I still have pictures in my head of me sitting in the car a lot. Like, I'd be listening to the game. I'd be watching the game maybe at home, but I seem to listen to more of them on the radio than I ever seem to watch them. I'm not sure exactly why that occurred, but I have a lot of memories of not being able to get out of the car because I was going someplace, but then I was too into the game. I just had to sit there and like, oh, I can't. I just have to wait because you know they're going to come back and win. I mean, I don't think you should respect Barry Bonds, though. Barry Bonds is a big muscle maximizing guy in ways that, well, you know, I had really mixed feelings about PEDs when the whole issue first came out. I was like, well, why don't they just let everybody use PEDs? But as I learned more about it, I realized that steroids are not good for you at all. Like, you're not supposed to fuck up your biological developmental cycle like that, you know? And if you saw, I don't know if you ever saw Carl Lewis. Man, he was on a lot of steroids, and it really, like, made his jaw weird, and so when I started getting that how much of a not good for you thing it was, then I started thinking of it in terms of, well, okay, then if you let everybody use it or not if they want to, then you're basically saying you have to sacrifice your health in the same way that these people do if you want to keep up. So you don't really have any choice but to make them cheating. Roger Clemens. Hitting a baseball is more than just brute force and bat speed. Well, I mean, I've been to the batting cages before on a few occasions, and each time I've gone, I've been shocked at how difficult it is to hit the pitching machine ball, even though it's throwing it at the like 40 miles an hour or something, or whatever setting I have it on. It's like, how come I can't hit these things? Well, because they come out of there all of a sudden, and then it's like, okay, wait, this time, there it ran again. It's gone now. Okay, I was really late on that one. This I'm gonna try. Oh, now I was way too early on that one. And then finally, I go like, I fouled one off. Oh my god, I fouled one. That means I get a strike, right? You've already had way more strikes than you're allowed, Eric. Every single pitch has been a swinging strike or a looking strike until this one, which would be a strike by virtue of foul, except you long ago struck out. Poor Darryl Strawberry. You see what steroids did to Kumail Nanjiani? I don't know who that is even. I mean, yeah, I'd end up making contact with a couple of pitches eventually. It's like when you first get in there and the machine starts, you know, it's like at least 6 pitches before I start going, wait, stop a second. Like, hurry up and SE throws me into a tizzy. I don't remember. It was at the batting cages down on Baldwin. I think Corey and I went there one time, and I went there with Michael's dad one time, which is Liz's kid's father. Liz's first kid's father. But I also remember the time that I played the how fast are you going to throw this ball game at the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk, and I was very disappointed at the fact that I could only throw it 46 miles an hour. I threw it 46 miles an hour the first time, 46 miles an hour the second time, and 46 miles an hour the third time. But since the game was throw it, then guess, then throw it, well, I guess I'll guess 46 miles an hour since I got 46 miles an hour the first two times. Well, sure enough, I got 46 miles an hour the third time, and I won the little prize. But now, granted, this again was a long time ago. I was probably, but I mean, I was old enough to throw a baseball fast. I was like 19 or 20. I'm sure I haven't improved any since then. But maybe I have. Maybe it would be like that movie with Kevin Costner where I go out to the highway and I throw my fastball and the speed sign is broken. And I think I only threw it like 82 miles an hour, but really I threw it 102 miles an hour. No, I was like 20. You know, ideal age for professional baseball players. So it's not like I was too young. Okay, well, so I'm not a baseball player. Betting tips 3,000. Jeez. I also can't heave one of those things very far. What does that thing do when they spin it around? What's that called? They spin around and go, oh, and push it away from shot put. I can't heave one of those very far, I'm sure, either, but I don't concern myself with that deficit because I've discovered thus far in my life there have been few occasions that have demanded my ability to shot put to save the day. It could be the sequel to my Polkada feature film. Because after we finish up with the production of Home More, we're beginning production of Polkada. And Polkada is a team of pole vaulting international spies. Anyway, Polkada follows the story of a team of combination pole vaulter martial artists who use their powerful combination of vaulting skills and pole having to get over otherwise difficult to get over walls and sneak in to stop terrorists from their terrible workings. Maybe the radar gun was broken. Maybe it was one of those Kevin Costner things where it was actually 146 miles an hour, but the one was broken. That's probably what it was. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. He juiced up. I've got steroids of my own sort, but they're not physical steroids. They're metaphysical steroids. They're small, they're white, they taste a lot like meth. But they really put a pep in your step, a sparkle in your eye, and a feather up your butt. It really turns on the blah 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 spigot. I'm sorry that I only scored 46 miles per hour on my baseball test. Just like I'm sorry I only scored 107 on my intelligence test. But that just goes to show you, if you expect Eric to throw a baseball fast and are depending on that for some outcome, you've made a poor plan. I never played baseball, organized baseball. We just played like wiffle ball on the street and stuff. I don't know how to throw a baseball, except I know how to throw a ball like any player. I could throw it from first base to third base or something, but nobody stood there and went like, no, your pitching mechanics need to be adjusted like this or something. I just did what they look like on TV. I just go like this and go, pew. How do you throw a baseball? What do you want me to do? A Hideo Nomo kind of tornado windup? And then you're going to stand behind me and scream, balk! He balked! Well, not according to that test I took. Granted, that test I took only had one kind of IQ test question, which was visual pattern recognition. Okay, look, I just want to tell you. The first throw, the sun got right in my eyes. The second throw, the wind blew some dust right in my eyes. On the third throw, right as I was throwing it, a seagull ran into my arm. So I knew if I really had a good fair chance, it would be I would throw the thing at the back, just all the way through that, and the building behind it, and the mountain behind that. I'll be like, I'm not gonna go chase that thing. It's miles away. It's possible also that there's something specific about a baseball that I have a uniquely particular disability that makes my normally incredibly powerful throwing arm not express as velocity in a baseball. Maybe I could throw a pineapple 400 miles an hour, but because of my baseball allergy, I can only throw a baseball 46 miles an hour. That's probably what's happening. I mean, I do throw things really hard. One time I tossed this lighter to Rachel and tore off a piece of her ear by accident. I stitched it back on with my teeth. Anywho, been a pleasant day. I like this lighting right now. It's kind of looking cool. I actually turned on the green screen to black out the green. But as you can see, we've got some spooky white lines. Yeah, I never played anything organized. We played wiffle ball and stuff on the street, and we'd played with a baseball, throwing it in the front yard and stuff. I played beer softball once we got to be 18, 19, 20 or whatever with the girls too, once you start incorporating girls into your games, then it's less about the throwing and the hitting and stuff, and more about the hitting the kegs. I gotta get to first base because that's where the keg is. I'm gonna try to milk out a walk. I don't think this girl can pitch very well. It's slow pitch softball, and I'm trying to get a walk. You know.
That was outside.
Oh God. Okay, I just better swing at it. Maybe if I try to hit it at that girl, she will misfield it, and I'll be able to get to first base. The sport that I was good at was frisbee football, which we played very competitive games that we organized, but it wasn't in any kind of league or whatever. It was the most competitive thing I've ever done sporting wise in terms of like intensity. I mean, sure, pickup basketball games get really intense sometimes too, but in terms of quality of the competition, like nobody sucked and nobody was freakishly good, but we were all way better than random people. That was fun. That was the most fun sports thing I ever did. I looked forward to every one of those evenings where we had frisbee football at the Sierra Madre Park, because it was the first time I ever recall not feeling clumsy in a sport. And it's because of the way that sport works. Once you catch it, you have to stop. You can't run with it, you know? So it had this kind of stop and go quality to it that diminished the negative impacts of my overarching SC miggity-ishness. In basketball, there were plenty of occasions where I felt like I might be like one of the more effective players on the court, but I still always felt clumsy and knew I didn't look very graceful playing the game, and just didn't feel like physically capable. I can't jump more than like this high. It doesn't matter how much I try. I can't lift my body, legs and torso and everything up into the air more than like 1 inch. And also, I'm not a very graceful dribbler, especially with my left hand. And I'm most effective in rebounding, probably. Although I can score if I'm close to the basket. Not much of a jump shot. Hey, it's just you and me here betting Zips 3000. Why don't we talk about whatever the fuck we want? Legends Fall might be still here. It's not like this is a well-attended stream. And the reason it's not a well-attended stream has nothing to do with the fact that we're talking sports. It has to do with the fact that I've streamed a lot recently, and that it's the 4th of July. Because of the 4th of July, it's a vacation day, and it's a day that people are even if they want to stay home and watch YouTube, we're likely to have some kind of obligation to do something because of the holiday, like go to their house, their parents' house, or go to some party or whatever. On the weekends in general, views always go down and attendance in live streams goes down. But the thing is, I'm happy with this live stream because I'm enjoying myself, and because I believe that when I listen to it later, if I listen to it later, that I'll say, hey, that was a good live stream. I enjoyed listening to that. When when in different contexts or different times, I don't enjoy the live stream for a variety of reasons, all linking to Eric did a bad job in ways X, Y, or Z. No, Dark Sunshine would choose me last on your sports team. I am 6'4", though. I do have a distinct height advantage over most normal groups of people. So, and that paid off well in Frisbee football. Being long, especially, and being long and lanky works well in Frisbee football because you gotta contort around things and because you have to stop after you catch it, you're always being defended when you throw it. And you have to throw and you have to be able to make many different kinds of throws. He stopped watching pro sports when all the teams started going woke. I mean, I will say that there was definitely a stretch of time where I was just like, I don't want to watch this shit. When basketball went absolutely nuts with the BLM shit, it just made me mad because it's like, look, basketball. You basketball players are getting paid to put on a basketball show for me. I don't need you to remind me that you're not just a basketball player, you're also an idiot. And I certainly don't need you to convey to me that all of us are idiots. I mean, probably some of these people think this is stupid. And so this whole forgetting your job and what you're supposed to be doing here and what I'm paying money for a ticket for or attending to a commercial for is not basketball plus a free bag of poo. It's just basketball, okay? I don't want your sanctimonious wrongness. If you're gonna be sanctimonious about it, at least be right in your sanctimony and say, police reform is important. That's correct. Cops should stop murdering people. That's correct. Black Lives Matter isn't incorrect. I'm not saying black lives don't matter. I'm saying there's no such thing as black lives. And it's distracting from the problem, which is cops murdering people. Look, I'm a role model for so many people out there. You are not a role model. You are a basketball player. My friend Julie was a role model. Her job was to hold a roll in a commercial for Benson's Rolls. First of all, I don't want any roles modeled for me. Because I don't need any help with fulfilling some role. Second of all, I don't want you modeling roles to anybody that I know if they're going to be influenced at all by your modeling roles. Because after all, you're an excellent role model insofar as you do nothing but be a basketball player. You're a good role model for how to do what you get paid to do and not some other job. So why don't you role model that? Why don't you role model prioritizing accurate and not divisive descriptions of a problem over inaccurate and divisive ones? How about that? Cop lives matter too. You cops don't get to pull that shit. You cops are pulling what the basketball players are pulling. You've forgotten what your job is. You cops are like, well, the important thing is blue lives get back safe. No. The important thing is that the citizenry that's not involved in law enforcement is safe. Your job is to put yourself at risk to keep us safe. Tards. If you can't say, oh, gee, wow, we had to shoot that guy because we were afraid that we might incur harms while enforcing the law. Maybe you shouldn't have become a law enforcement officer then, you pussy. It's like back when I was really mad about cop violence, I put this Facebook post up about this fucking cop who shot a chihuahua because it charged at him. Like, did HR send out a memo? Please find the hugest pussy in the Tri-County area to become a cop. Ah, it's a little dog! Take a chihuahua bite for the team, for fuck's sake. Chihuahua's not going to bite you anyway. It's just kind of, yeah. Well, no, because it probably charged up to him and it stood right in front of him and said, yap, 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 yap. You know? He probably said, control your dog, control your dog. And meanwhile, somebody inside the house was going like, is somebody yelling something outside? Fucking cops, I tell you. Like that kind of shit has always enraged me beyond all measure. Or that case in Georgia where the cops executed a no-knock warrant with a flashbang grenade through the window of the wrong house and threw it in a baby's crib and then tried to blame those darn drug dealers for these phenomena occurring. In other words, tried to blame the drug dealers for being drug dealers who needed to have their house searched for them getting the wrong house and blowing up a baby. How insane is that? That was at the low point of everybody going, what are you talking about, Eric? Cops are not shooting people. Cops are fine. No, they're not fine. They're completely out of control. Now they're fine. Now they're fine. Cops are fine now. Because it's just too much of a public relations nightmare every time anybody gets shot. I don't have any problem with police officers in general. They're individual human beings like anybody else. However, I recognize that there's a systemic problem, or used to be anyway, in the assemblage of police departments. Legends fall. For a couple of FI polar people like you and me, blowing up a baby inevitably elicits a chuckle. I mean, So, I was down at the local maternity ward blowing up babies. And the doctor comes in and says, "Hey, what are you doing?" I said, "Is this not the drug dealer's house?" That's when I got written up by the captain. He said, "Hey, one time blowing up a baby, fine, it's an accident. 2 times blowing up a baby, fine, I get it, you needed more training. This time, you blew up many babies, and we're going to have to, you're going on 3 days unpaid leave. I'm sorry, Officer Baby Kill." I'm officer enthusiastic about killing babies. Officer William Babykill. You can call me Will Babykill, is fine. Officer Babykill? Yeah? I know you said you needed to use my bathroom, but you seem to be hanging out in my nursery with my baby. What about it? Just wondering what you're doing in there. Smelling your baby. You did say smelling, right? Not killing? Not again. Look, just because my last name's Baby Kill doesn't mean I kill babies, alright? Sure, I've killed a few babies, but the point is, it has nothing to do with my last name. My father, my grandfather, neither of them killed more than 2 or 3 babies. Clearly, just a coincidence. Hold on, everybody. Don't go to Chili's yet. I thought we were going to Chili's after the raid. Look, we'll go to Chili's later, but it's getting serious. We have to sit down and we need to have a meeting right now about this epidemic of baby killing that's going on here. I hope that okay, I'm sorry, that's too strong a term. This incidental clumping of dead babies that are being linked to us here at the police department. Okay, let's just put it that way. You know, I know, we all know, as a thin blue line, our lives are constantly in danger, and we need to periodically throw explosives around. But the general public doesn't necessarily understand how important it is to protect our lives. And turns out, even though they haven't had them for very long, those people were really attached to that baby. They're like, what, can't you just make another one? Or apparently they really liked that one, so I tried to talk to them and give them a gift certificate for Dunkin' Donuts. It was a $50 gift certificate. The lady was sobbing so much that I don't know if she saw me trying to hand it to her, but they closed the door on me, and I don't know. I never know what to do. I left it on the porch. I added the sticky note, like we said, "Sorry about killing your baby." My bad. So everything should be fine now. But fine, we can delay going to Chili's, I guess. Let's have our freaking meeting. Okay, so guys, tonight's carnage cost us an extra training session next week, plus 2 extra training sessions the week after. So, you know, if you had any court dates scheduled, please let the attorneys know that you won't be showing up to testify. Okay, first item on the agenda. Officer Jennings is back off of maternity leave. She's come to visit us today. She'll be back full-time tomorrow. She's got her beautiful child. But oh, no! Bobby! Why did you shoot Officer Jennings' baby? Oh, I couldn't see what was in his hand. I thought it was a gun. He doesn't have anything in his hand. It was the trick of the light. Oh, God, those shadows. Those damn shadows. Constantly killing babies. Okay, well, let's just put in the report that it was a cell phone at least. A black cell phone in his hand. Jennings? Yes, Chief? Thank God your baby's white. This would really be a disaster if it was a black baby. I know, my husband would think I cheated on him, obviously. Well, what is this now? 3 babies we owe you? That's okay, we could try again. I promise, dude. I'm serious. Next time I see you holding a baby, I'm going to just take my chances and assume it's not pointing a gun at me. Even though I put my life on the line every day out there in the streets on the force. But hopefully your next baby's not a killer, I guess. The previous 3 must have been, since they died in a police engagement. Let's see here. I don't know how you can say anyone who plays a game for a living is a clown. What if the game is who can throw the most buckets of confetti at circus goers? They might be clowns. I'm not going to defend my point because I'm not that much into it. I guess I'm just mad when clowns start pretending to be scholars. Chess players, they're the biggest clowns of all. They've devoted their life to a very boring game. Well, I mean, the thing is, yes, betting tips 3,000. Athletes using their visibility as athletes to convey political messages is athletes being clowns. It is the case that almost none of them are adequately capable of discursive engagement politically, but that makes them no different than the general population. What is different is that the general population doesn't take advantage of the fact that they're being broadcast on TV to virtue signal at everybody. That's what's clowny. And the whole kneel or not kneel during or stand up. Fucking stand up during the national anthem, asswipes. Your point you should always try to reclaim the patriotic ground. You should say, I'm standing during the national anthem, but you know who shouldn't stand? Police officers. If you're in a police union, you shouldn't stand. You don't deserve to stand during the national anthem. You should kneel. Because after all, you have begun to think of yourselves as an occupying military and your fellow citizens as civilians who get caught in the line of fire periodically as acceptable collateral damage and or whose very existence as a possible threat justifies you preemptively killing them, provided they're young and dark, or too sassy for you. Like that libertarian kid who got killed in New Hampshire or something for mouthing off to a cop, and somehow the cop claims he's like a skinny kid who got skinny intuitive kid who's talking about constitutional rights or whatever. The cop pulls him out of view of the camera on the car and like beats him to death, and then tries to claim that he felt like his life was in danger. Oh my God. Well, I mean, I never know. I mean, he could have pulled a knife out at any time. Okay, not knowing that your life is in danger is not a way to know your life is in danger. Yeah, I've played chess. It's annoying. It's an annoying game. Okay, well, it's fun if there's a clock that makes people go pretty quickly. It can be fun then. But when it's not a clock, it's an annoying game because it's just like, okay, how long am I going to sit here and think about this before I move? And then how long are you going to sit here and think about this before then? Cops don't actually shoot minorities more often than whites, particularly when you're considering the number of instances of interactions. Oh my God, I can't believe you just said that. It's like, when you consider the fact that cops fuck with minorities at a much higher rate than white people, it's not surprising that they kill more of them. Who cares? The point is, it doesn't matter what circles you put around people murdered by the cops. Some of them are women, some of them are black, some of them are Mexican, some of them are white, some of them are old, some of them are young, whatever. By drawing circles around subgroups of murder victims and saying, here's the issue, you've neglected the fact that you only need one circle around all the murder victims. So the problem is the cops are murdering them and getting away with it. Who cares if a disproportionate number of them are amputees? Even if the cops are killing them because they're amputees, let's not legitimize that by talking about it as though it actually mattered at all. The point is, you don't get to murder more or less okay for different reasons. It's not more or less okay to murder somebody because you're racist than to murder somebody because you're jealous of them than to murder somebody because road rage. It doesn't fucking matter. Well, Dark Sunshine, it is kind of weird how cops are so into being playing the role of the cop, but I understand why they do things the way they do when they do it right. It's very helpful to the cops anyway to have the person they're dealing with immediately off balance. And the way to do that is to come in with a bunch of strong authoritarian display and no information about why they're doing that to you. And then they get people sputtering and blah 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 blah. They can't accomplish much with me because they'd have to literally surprise me. Like, I'd have to be just not aware that there were any cops around, and all of a sudden they're like, freeze! Then, okay, I'm way off my game. But if I have any warning that they're coming to get me, like I see the lights behind me, I gotta pull over, or I see them walking towards me or something, and I have any contextual understanding of why or how they're choosing to engage with me, then it's always going to go smooth as silk. There's never going to be any fucking problems at all. And they're not even going to try to pull any of that shit with me. But what's funny is how as soon as it's not something juicy, they're bored by it. Or this cop, it's like, when he thought we had crashed he was interested in what was going on. When he determined that, no, Eric's just an idiot, he got us stuck in the sand 5 feet off the road, he was like, oh, okay, this is boring now. I'm going away. Because, of course, it's not his job to deal with stupid people. His job is to deal with criminals. And if I crashed, maybe I was up to something no good or something. Because why would I crash right there? He played it, though, as, I'm just making sure you're okay. Because that's a good way, too, to deal with people. You diffuse their suspicion of you, and they open up a bit, and maybe the person he's talking to is not good at talking to cops, and mistakes his gesture of kindness for somebody you can trust to be vulnerable with. And then the person goes, oh, yeah, no, this was really terrible, and I can't believe I crashed this car. No. Have you been drinking? You have. It's okay, just tell me you have, haven't you? Idiot. No, you have not been drinking. That's the answer, always. No, not at all. Not even one beer? No. It doesn't matter how much you've had to drink. That's always the answer, okay? Me? Drink? Alcohol? With my mouth? What strange ritual is this that you refer to? Blow in tube? What do you mean, 1.5? The best thing with cops is grab for something in your pocket and wildly run towards them. I don't know if you guys saw the video. This guy lived, but oh my god, this video, I watched it and I was just like, I almost felt bad for the cop. He pulls over this black guy, of course. It has to be a black guy, right? Just to make it extra juicy as a video, with all the racial tension being stirred up by Black Lives Matter. And the guy gets out of the car, is like super nervous. The guy who gets pulled over, but like normal kind of young person nervous about a cop. And the cop tells him, ID, like, why are you getting out of the car? So the guy goes back into the car, into his glove compartment, to get his ID, and the cop fucking shoots him. And then, yeah, the guy falls to the ground. Why'd you shoot me? You shot me? Why'd you shoot me? You were grabbing for something. I gave my ID like you said. And then the cop realized, oh, fuck. First I tell him to get back in the car and get his ID, and then I shoot him for it. Sports stars. Well, the thing is, I think the issue here is, why are we denigrating clowns? Dark Sunshine's point is, clowns are paid to entertain people. Sports stars are also paid to entertain people. You don't want your clown, after he throws a bucket of confetti on you, to hand you a pamphlet explaining the importance of reducing emissions to preserve the environment from global warming. We used only recycled confetti today, and we want to encourage you to take care of our Mother Earth. You know where that huge clown shoe ought to go instead of on your foot? Can you guess, Mr. Politicized Clownery? That's right. Where the sunshine does not shine and will never shine, inside your butt. I know. I agree too. I don't think we are in any disagreement. I'm just saying what Dark Sunshine said is only denigrating towards sports players if you assume clowns are bad. There's nothing wrong with clowns. Professional sports players are much more well paid than clowns for a similar kind of job, entertainment. So you might say either that the quality of the entertainment the sports stars are providing is much better than the quality of the entertainment the clowns are providing. And therefore, hey, we're way better than clowns at entertaining people would be a fine enough objection. But you could additionally say that sports players have it way easier than clowns. Clowns are entertaining in a deprecated medium, and it's almost impossible for them to elicit a laugh from anybody. Whereas basketball players are guaranteed to elicit applause every time they make the ball go through the hoop. Nor are they expected to always make it go through the hoop. In contrast, the clown is always supposed to get into the little car, not miss 20% of the time or whatever, even when free throwing himself into the little car. Aaron Rodgers, isn't he old now? Let's get a new quarterback to be excited about. Let's be excited about Matthew Stafford, the Rams quarterback. Boy, that gentleman can sure throw the ball well, we'll say, in our cocktail party sports conversation. So I'm feeling pretty good about Stafford's prospects this year. Now that we've got Cooper Kupp re-signed as a receiver, and knowing the unique catch it anywhere when you need it capacity of that gentleman, when combined with the throwing zest of Matthew Stafford, why, I'm predicting a high-flying season for the Rams this year. That's some pretty good cocktail party sports conversation, huh? I can talk a little sports. I'm not completely ignorant of the land of brawn and sweat, of locker rooms and jockstraps. I mean, they're doing all that hard, boring shit like exercise and stuff for me, so least I can do is watch them. I like watching marathons. The whole time I go, ha ha, look at those idiots suffer. Boy, and they just keep suffering more the longer they go. It's like, it started out, they're like, this doesn't suck that bad. And I'm like, ah, you morons. You must have shitty SI. You've probably run these long distances before. You should recall from last time. Oh, no, that sucks ass. Sure enough, like an hour in, they're all like, oh, I'm so tired. Like, yeah, I told you that at the beginning. Nobody should try to run that far. I was lamenting the fact that I seem to have to run a little farther than I used to get myself to sprint a little far. I only sprint when I go jogging. I run as fast as I can for as long as I can until I'm exhausted. Because I don't want this whole exercise thing to take a long time, you know? And when I was able to run a little longer, last time I went jogging, I was like, please don't gain endurance. This is going to be a problem if it takes me like 3 blocks to get exhausted. I hate this already, and it's just once around the big block. We talking about practice. We ain't talking about the game. We, that is to say you and I, talking, which is to say are talking, about, which is to say about, practice. Would you like me to further articulate either who's doing the talking, what verb the who is doing, whether or not the verb is modified by a prepositional phrase, or the object of the preposition? I'd be fine and happy to elucidate further on these important matters. Just to recap, it's us, and what we're talking about is practice. Dark Sunshine says, but Eric, I get enjoyment from SI pains when I can currently accomplish something. Well, I get enjoyment from having just recovered from exercising. So when my returns to normal breathing and I get back to my house out of the sun and get in the bathroom and get into the bath, I go, I feel so wrung out, appropriately wrung out. You gotta wring out your dish towels occasionally. You can't just let them get damper and damper with dirty water. Well, prior to my recent jog, I was like an unwrung out dish towel sodden with buckets and buckets of filth water. Well, yeah, but the point is I don't enjoy the part that does me good at all. I hate it. I also hate stretching, willful stretching. It does me good to try to touch my toes, but the feeling of my tendons in the backs of my legs stretching is a very feeling, and I don't like it at all. But it's not pain, it's just, it's the kind of pain that is talked about in the no pain, no gain thing. I don't like the pain part, though, at all. I do like the gain part. Let's say, feeling healthy and refreshed by my exercisey ways. It is true that if you can condition your body to go long enough in the high pulse rate zone, opiates start to kick in. It's definitely true that you got a whole range of SI jiggles, buzzes, tingles, and whatever else after a good hard jog because you knocked loose a bunch of sedentariness goo. That's my official science explanation for it. My bodybuilding career, unfortunately, is not going well. I went to a recent Mr. Universe contest, and as I posed on the stage and flexed my muscles, out of the silence of the audience, I heard a lone voice say, "Your muscles are too small." And everybody laughed. I said, boo, and ran off the stage. It was pretty traumatizing. But apparently my muscles are too small. The rest of the time I was there, everybody in the bodybuilding community taunted to me, "Micro muscle, micro muscle, micro muscle." But, been about 3 years now in therapy getting over it. And I think I'm ready to resume my bodybuilding career. This time, I'm going to try an approach where I lift weights. Last time, I just gave encouraging speeches to my muscles. And I didn't really check to see the progress. I assumed when I got to the bodybuilding contest that I was cut and bulked. Okay? But I hadn't actually checked. Usually my inspiring speeches are pretty powerful. But what I realized afterwards is I'd forgotten to turn on my muscles' hearing aids. So they didn't even hear the inspiring speech. Talk about being an intuitard. And then, once I had fixed that problem, and my muscles had begun to grow again, they stopped growing abruptly. And that's when Rachel noticed that there was a very well hidden switch on my back that allowed you to set the setting for muscles to micro, mini, or small. And those are the only 3 settings. Well, can you switch it to large? Well, this is as large as it goes, she said. But I don't think I'm going to win the bodybuilding contest. She said, "You'll always win the bodybuilding contest of my heart." And I said, "That's good enough for me." I gotta go eat something. I'm starving. I'm starving because I need to eat food. And I should eat food because starvation causes harms. Ranging from me saying, "I'm so hungry," to me feeling hungry, to me getting fussy, to me losing energy and concluding life sucks. So to prevent all of that, I'm going to eat some food. Okay, I found something in the microwave. I'm going to give you each exactly 3 guesses. But I'm only going to give you 1 second to make all 3 guesses. So you're going to have to guess fast. Oh. My human body. Experience the evacuation of urine from yourself. Experience its rewarding cascade. Would you like to add your photos to Google Maps? You mean these pictures of my pee? Okay. Oh my God. Oh. If I were going to revise the if I were going to revise the literature on Adderall that comes with it, I'd say side effects include slow pee syndrome, gackiness, and excessive live stream disorder. Further side effects include sleepy eyes, fussy mood, forget to eat, should poop but still talk, work on something dumb for too long, and I've always Adderall all speed has always caused slow pee syndrome, because the thing is, when you're fully gacked out, it's like you're clenching everything, and you have to really relax to let your pee out. Other symptoms of Adderall include forgetting that the other person you're with isn't on Adderall, finding yourself way out in the desert, and realizing I probably should have been a little bit thwacked out, a little less thwacked out on this voyage. Other side effects include, God, it tastes like so chemically. And, should I smoke this? It's one of the most common side effects of Adderall. Should I smoke this? Well, I've got some good news. The answer is yes. You should. Well, if the person asking is me, I don't know about you, but yes is the answer. So side effects both include, hey, should I smoke this? And another side effect includes, yeah, I should. So you be careful with those side effects, because the next side effect after that is, oh, God, I wish I hadn't smoked that. My lungs feel all cashed. The inevitable third side effect. But I'm kind of glad I did, because I feel all like hazy in the gack. In the way that only smoking it can do. Oh, this is like hazy, like cloudy gack if you smoke a lot of it. I never get like that with this because it doesn't seem like an efficient use of my speed, I guess. I don't like to smoke it. These particular pills, though, are way more smokable than any Adderall I've ever gotten before. They have almost no binder in them. And it tastes so much like just smoking meth. So, with these ones, I have better words to justify what I'm doing totally because of indulgent desire than the false excuses I use in other contexts. As we should all know by now, what really matters in life is how good is your excuse. Prepare a strong excuse, a stout one. Oh, no. A very good specific reason why what normally would be something we should do or shouldn't do is the opposite in this context. Look, I know I said we weren't going to go to the Whippets, but hey, it's the 4th of July. And we owe it to America. Especially since we learned yesterday that the Whippet store would be open today. Don't we owe it to ourselves to take advantage of this rare opportunity to go to a store that's normally open on a day that is not normally open? It's a pretty rare opportunity. We should jump at this chance. I'd hate to experience the remorse of having missed it. Damn! We didn't buy Whippets yesterday. It is actually not something I ever have said. So the thing is, one of the ways that I've revolutionized bodybuilding exercise regimens is, so like, let's say the plan was originally I want 30 reps at 40 pounds. What I've done is carefully replace that with smoking this Adderall. I'm expecting it will produce the same results, if not better. But that's just my intuition telling me that I have to test it more. Yeah. The only thing I've ever actually been addicted to is cigarettes. I'm definitely addicted to cigarettes. But the only thing with which my relationship with the substance was reliably bad in a way that required me to completely abstain from it was alcohol, which I wasn't ever addicted to, but which I had an unsustainably bad relationship with. Cigarettes are a real addiction. I experience withdrawal symptoms if I don't get it within a certain distance from the last time I got it. Yep. Somewhere you have a night of cocaine. You and 3 friends drop $200 and then talk over each other for 4 hours. Yep. Cocaine's dumb. Oh my god, dude, it's so amazing. You're not gonna believe this. I know. It was so cool. We're gonna revolutionize cool. Because we're so cool. People don't get how cool we are and how our visionary ways are gonna change everything. It's the classic Melissa Talks phenomenon. Making statements about how one possesses things that one never demonstrates. That's called Night at the Cocaine Party. The key to getting good cocaine is to make sure there's at least a little bit of meth in it. It's like you still get the cocaine thing, but it doesn't fade into just cocaine fiendiness. It's like, hey, you know what? This cocaine really lasts and works well. A little trick for you. A little trick of the trade. But better or best of all, just don't do cocaine. It's dumb. It's a dumb drug. In part because it creates an SI discomfort that I really don't like. Everything being all numb, gaggy drip. Yeah. Just, you're stomping on my SI flower bed too much, cocaine. It seems like, doing cocaine is like, so, let me make sure tomorrow morning I've got my remorse and head cold ready. Remorse, shame, and a head cold. I love doing cocaine on Saturday night because the perfect Sunday morning for me is remorse, shame, and a head cold. That's a pretty good joke about cocaine. You know, or I guess another way to put a better way to phrase it for a joke would be something like this. I'm very reliable about doing cocaine on Saturday night, but I'm not an addict or a recreational drug guy or anything like that. I'm just being responsible. I try to keep my appointment with my remorseful, hungover head cold that I've got scheduled for Sunday mornings. Something like that. You have to practice it, you know. I'd have to practice it if I were going to. Beow it! I was like a stand-up comedian. I should probably try to assemble. I am, I guess. That's what I should say here. I have been casually noting when jokes are stand-up comedy style of jokes, but I haven't been keeping track of them or writing them down. So, I guess what I said previous to that was only half true. I've been being aware of the fact that some jokes fit in that set of stuff and been thinking about the mechanics of that, but I haven't been keeping track of them. Shitty SI on my part. If I had a personal assistant whose whole job it was to SI things, I need a double assistant. I need an ISTJ and an ENFJ. Double assistants. The ISTJ's job yeah, I think probably be better off with an ISTJ. Could be an ISFJ. Anyway, their job is to follow me around and keep track of everything. So, record it, sure, but be taking notes the whole time about what's in that thing. The ENFJ's job is to train the SI person to write notes that the ENFJ can correctly cherry pick out the good bits from. You need somebody who's good at archiving and somebody who's good at cherry picking. So you need an ISXJ, probably T, and you need an ENFJ to do all the attentional stuff that I'd like to and could conceivably, at least somewhat, delegate to people I pay to do that job. In theory. Not like I have any plan to hire such people. I'm just saying, wouldn't it be nice if we were older? Then we wouldn't have to wait so long to die. Alas, we're just babies. Fresh from the womb, bawling our first tears, barely surviving the recent attack on the maternity ward by grenade-bearing police officers, barely qualified as infant, more in the newborn range. That's even littler than infant. They barely qualify as post-fetus. Stop fucking texting me, weed stores. Hey, we got some great specials today. Just shut up. I don't care about your stupid messages. I don't like your messages. I wish I. You make me sign up for it so that I can get the discount things. I don't really want all your messages. It's like every time you ever go to a weed store and sign up for their discount or freaking membership thing or whatever, you're dooming yourself to a life thereafter of endless promotional texts from each one of them. From now until the end of time. Hold me now. From a long time ago. You're in my heart. You're in my spleen. Where do you want to eat? You're the feeling in my heart. You're the inspiration. When I give love a part, then I'll feel sensation. You're the feeling in my heart. You're the inspiration. Here I go. Did I finish All of Us Are Dead? Are there new episodes of it? I don't think I might have just spaced out about it. I've discovered that this has happened with a lot of Netflix shows. Like, I watch when I'm getting into it, but somehow I didn't get quite into it enough to remember the next day that I'm watching it. And then I just totally forget about it. And then I encounter it sometime later and go, huh, I was already 4 episodes into this. Then I discover if I stopped watching it because I didn't like it, or if I stopped watching it because I just spaced out about it. Hi, my darling, special, spectacular Wonder Pants.
Hi, my handsome, wonderful husband. How are you? I didn't know you were streaming.
I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm well. I'm good. Oh, I know what I am. Is hungry. And I remember. I microwaved. I declare he's still too cold. Not too cold now that he's out here. Because it was literally like 5 minutes ago they started. Yeah. We got another minute and 20 seconds. And then we'll have a container's worth of ginger meatballs to eat. Oh! Yeah. It's you, oh yeah. Would you fly like a bird if you were a fish? I'd swim like an eagle. Did you finish? Oh, you already read that. Eric, can you learn an ape how to climb a tree? I'm going to say no. But you can spurn a great faced lime taffy? It's a difficult one. difficult. One time I did shrooms and coke at the same time, and then played a little frisbee on a golf course that was closed. Good times. You know, shrooms are so good, I bet they make even cocaine good. I think the Adderall can detract from my mushroom experience if I'm experiencing the Adderall via a frame of gackiness. If I'm feeling like this is gacky, I'm like, then I think, okay, this is preventing me from having as good an experience with mushrooms as I might. On the other hand, if I've got the Adderall dosaged out properly and the sleep chunks dosaged out adequately and stay up with the SI stuff so that discomfort isn't bringing me down, then I appreciate the added endurance and wakefulness of the bright part of the trip and the relief from the overwhelming yawniness of the serotonin heavy quality of mushrooms as it's kicking in. As it's kicking in and you're not on any Adderall, you get this big yawniness that is more than just yawning. It's just the sense of like crawly, yawny, sleepish, but not want to sleepishness that usually then turns into horniness. But it seems like it's a more sensory experience for me when I'm not on Adderall. Adderall's not for horses and elephants. They need Ritalin. They have a different kind of ADHD.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's a word that means vagina. Oh, yeah. It's probably not spelled like that, but it's like some sort of Hindu word for vagina. One time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times 5. It's 120. Oh, I thought of an interesting question for maybe a TI question. So, every year.
Oh, I don't have.
Thank you, darling.
Fork.
I don't need forks. These are easy finger foods. You can
Okay.
I can finger these foods all day long. Well, I will be able to once they cool down. Let me try it around over there. Thanks, Squarlingtons McGee.
You're welcome, Arlington Matee.
So anyway, okay, I told you already. Betting tips? No. You get your hentai-leaning tendencies away from my Rachel.
Yeah. Thank you for protecting me.
You make me glad she's not on camera. But I concerned myself that you would be leering at her in a sexually suggestive fashion. You don't want to be known as the leering one. A creature of legend. Or is he? They say the leering one will leer from the depths of the forest, just out of reach of those he's leering at. What is a cow in the dark? Accident prone?
Good answer.
Thank you. Thank you.
We saw that sign for cows crossing the street.
Cows crossing the
Yes,
desert.
yeah,
Yeah.
maybe. So maybe they really are accident prone.
Well, at first I was like, what's up with this sign? Because we're like in the middle of Mojave Desert driving down this road, cactus and sand on both sides, and then there's a sign that says like, cows might walk across the road here, you know, like be careful, yield yellow triangle to cows. Didn't say those words. It was conveying that information by its picture of a cow on a yellow triangle. Anyway, I'm like, what the hell? Where are cows gonna come from? What would they be eat? What do they? There's nothing to eat out here that they want to eat. Why would they be here? Then I realized that if I looked over there. There was a stretch of not that much land, but some that had been planted and was farmland that was up against the river more, and it was not inconceivable, although it still seemed very unlikely. There's still a big chunk of desert between that green part and this sign. It seems very unlikely to me. The cows wouldn't figure out after, a quarter mile of desert that it was better over there where it wasn't desert, I don't think you're going to steal my Rachel. I don't want to experience your poorly aimed FE. Yes, Rachel has mental health issues, but the actual expression of Rachel day in and day out is not crazy at all. It's stunningly stable and sane. And a frictionless surface. The key thing to Rachel's well-being is because of the way the INFJs are, what she needs is what I'm happy and unavoidably going to provide, which is I genuinely enjoy, appreciate, value what this relationship provides me in a straightforward, I guess, selfish kind of way, which is Rachel's like the perfect companion, What I want in a relationship partner isn't very reasonable. And it's not something basically, I want my relationship partner to follow me around and do what, and play with me when I want them to, and not play with me when I don't want them to, and not that requires somebody who is not actively living a life that provides them a clear purpose and valued identity independent of you. So it's like unavoidably, given what I need in a relationship partner, I was going to end up saving in some capacity, probably. Because I like that, even though it's incredibly dumb to do. And I don't advise it for anybody, and it never works. But the exception is this time, because what I got was a woman who met all of my criteria, even though it's a big bundle of things with varying degrees of significance in factoring things in. Like, I was aware that I needed a woman, if I was going to get in a relationship with somebody, that person either needed to be local to me or move here. So, okay. But I also had at that point decided that my recruiting locally wasn't working, because I wasn't taking advantage of the primary advantage I would have in attaining the desirable outcome, which is, I get that I'm not especially dateable, but if there's a world in which there's eligible females who, independent of my becoming eligible, watched and enjoyed me talking on YouTube, then I'm thinking, okay, they're going to dislike me less than regular people, because they chose to watch my media not because they felt guilty because they're my girlfriend. I can know that, right? I can know that the reason Rachel's... I still have trouble believing it. I used to, not really anymore, but that Rachel actually likes my videos in general and chooses them as a media option over other things, because she watched all my videos before I ever knew what she looked like. So, one thing I know about my girlfriend, her YouTube taste is impeccable. I know, I want to get my hair cut. I'm going to get my hair cut right now. I got to cut my hair. I have no idea, Jeremiah. It is there. I have and certainly would get a haircut on YouTube, but I will not do it if it's for charity. I have no problem doing it non-monetized, but if even accidentally some charity benefits from it, and I refuse to do it, my position on charities is actively adversarial to it. One time I said, I got a good laugh from it. Like the Petco person said, like, would you like to donate $1 to St. Jude's Man? No, would they like to donate $1 to me? I've never heard anybody say that. Oh, hi, Matthias. Okay, yeah, dateable, sure, but I mean, I don't know why you just word date. For me, girls is easy to explain. From the get-go, until now, I've always been consciously trying to resolve the issue of chick, of girls. And the fact that at 48 or whatever I was when Rachel and I got together, I was single and had multiple relationships behind me, was not indicative of the fact that I understood girls as dating or sequential monogamy. It was merely that I had thus far failed in every attempt to get a car that worked. Okay, it was like I had bought a bunch of cars prior to that, but each one of them had gone completely kaput within a number of years. One of them was a pretty durable car, but turned out it was only durable because I kept spilling my alcohol into its gas tank, which made it zoom around extra good or something because of the dynamic of the relationship. And that when I stopped drinking, that car died as well. One of my cars was really terrible. Instead of having like a dong, 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 one of the seatbelt thing, it would just fill with this huge repository of emotionally abusive expressions to shame me and cause me to become silent, unwilling to risk expressing either something or myself, because if I did, I'd be shamed. That car was my least favorite of the cars I've had. Talk about a lemon. I should have gone to Toyota of Orange. Because you won't get a lemon at Toyota of Orange. No, you won't get a lemon. Toyota of Orange. It's true. You won't get a lemon here at Toyota of Orange, where each of our cars is non-lemon. You're going to drive off. It's not going to start breaking down and shit. It's not going to start attacking you with hurtful words. It's not going to be It's not going to turn you down most of the time you try to have sex with it. Don't worry. That last car you bought at Toyota of Lemon. This time, remember, it wasn't the fact that it was a Toyota that was the problem. It was the fact that you bought it from the wrong citrus fruit. Okay, here you go. Oh yeah, I'm going to read your chat in your voice, okay? Eric's got a chicken in the kitchen. Yes. Can I get a... Can I have a little, put a little input into the dialogue here? Yeah, I'm not sure what my character is trying to get at here when he says this line. Is he supposed to be accusatory, like, Eric's got chicken in the kitchen? Or is it more like incredulous, like, Eric's got chicken in the kitchen? Or is it more, I guess, resigned, like, Eric's got chicken in the kitchen? It's like that. Do you have any other line readings you can conceive of, Rachel?
I was trying to think of one.
Let's see what the next line is. You know types so well, you should know how to seduce them.
You know types so well. You should know how to seduce them.
Okay, so the thing is, to address that point, I would say you're skipping the other vector. Knowing types so well is good, but knowing how to seduce well is probably the determinant factor in being able to seduce people, regardless of how much you know about their type. In other words, we can point out plenty of people who slay and don't know anything about personality types. So it's definitely not a precondition to slayage. And in fact, I'm going to go ahead and suggest that's likely an impediment to slayage, because if you understand cognitive functions that well, it's probably not a good idea for you to be attempting slayage anyway, as you're allowing the casuality of others about the sensory realm to impose a casuality upon you sensorially that is born on an ill wind, I say, bearing the fruits therefrom of forebodings and ill signage. Things like horses of the apocalypse, plagues, rocks in your way.
Crocuses?
Crocuses. All these crocuses bloom everywhere. What is a concubine? Well, it's a combination between a wind turbine and a conclusion.
Ooh. A wind turbine and a conclusion.
Yes. In other words, It's a way to power your plane purely on the energy of certainty. When I can be extremely conclusive with it about any given claim, it spins so fast, it's turbine-y ways, that the ignited jet fuel doesn't need to be there. You don't even need it. And you go zoom into the air like that. And then once you get close to the top of the air, that's when you ignite the nuclear bombs to blast off into outer space.
Wow.
Okay, so important questions. Let's find out. I would like to see more concrete descriptions of different types and how they manifest themselves in the real world. Well, it's tricky. A lot of what people want to consume in terms of information about cognitive functions is misleading information about cognitive functions. I get it that people like things to be, if people want it to be like, ISTPs are good at these kind of jobs and these kind of jobs, and they like fixing things, and they like blah, blah, blah. None of those statements are okay to make about that at all. It's like they're wrong before you even begin, because they're not about paying attention. They're about things in the world that others can observe that purportedly correlate with these kinds of attentional configuration, the implications of the attentional configurations. But they're very wrong about that, almost for sure. There's no reason to think that correlation exists, except that somebody intuited some description that began this cascade of rippling riffs off of somebody's intuitive metaphor, There's no reason at all to conclude, because there's no way to ascertain somebody's type definitively enough to then garner data about demographics. So, a good type description avoids giving you bullshit that's convenient only if you use it wrong. If you want something too specific and concrete, like, well, do ISTJs like hammers? The answer is there's no correct way to make statements like that about types. And if you want something that's definitive about types, you have to say something like, well, ISTJs know from their experience. So each ISTJ is going to be able to articulate a lot of specific detail from impressions they take regarding their experience. What people want is, and their experience is being handyman and being, Well, we don't know what that is. That's something, that's the particular half that cannot be accurately included in a type description without misguiding people into mistyping people, into misunderstanding what qualify as justifications for types, and to perpetuating that, outbreak of metaphor rash. That's a great expression. That was a good one.
Yeah.
To refer to that as an outbreak of metaphor rash is it's a quite vivid and expressive metaphor.
Yes, it is.
I still don't understand how knowing personality types does not help in dating. Well, it could if the person who knew personality types was interested in dating. If I'm dating, I'm already doing it wrong. My whole life, I've not been trying to find the next chick. I've been trying to find the right chick. And I've been insisting that a succession of wrong chicks were that right chick as part of the process of doing it right, so that I can successfully argue that if she's not the right chick, it's her fault, not mine. That's what I've been doing until I got with Rachel, and somewhat through this relationship with Rachel as well. The thing is, it's tricky because, of course, I have done the same thing with Rachel the whole time that I've done with everybody else. The difference is I'm learning to trust that two things. One, that it's fine that I'm continuing my alternative to having the right person approach, because it's not doing any harm. Which is to say, and it's my MO by this point, just my habit anyway, which is to say, I try not to say or do things that are critiquable on relationship grounds. Like, that's not cool to do in a relationship to your partner. It's not something I ever want to enable the other person to say. So I follow all what I consider the various relationship rules, such as even ones that I have trouble following. I try to follow them. I accept that I have a responsibility to be considerate, which means not just to I've always kind of defaulted, I guess, to, in every relationship more or less, like that I can't expect anybody to do anything for me. But I forgot where I was going with this. Well, I was my train of thought. I'm tired. I personally think cognitive functions come from how did you process the information and how you judge the information. Well, what about creating information? Which of those two things is creating information? Certainly it's the way people can pay attention. No, I'm rubbing in the wetness. I don't know what I got on it. I guess meatball probably. It's probably meatball juice. I got meatball juice on my cigarette, as you can see here. Oh, let me see if I can get it, as you can see it, yeah. But no, that's not really there, what you're seeing. But there is something that's like that, this meatball juice. You can see it right there. It's that dark spot there. That goldish thing, I don't know what that is. That's just a trick of the camera and the light. Oh, there you go. There you can see it. It's meatball juice. Ain't nothing makes a cigarette proper pH like meatball juice.
Meatball juice gives the flavor.
Mm-hmm. Now that's an Italian cigarette. How many pancakes can I eat in 1 hour? I mean, if they're small enough, 1 billion.
Wow. That's a lot.
How small can you make your pancakes?
That's true too.
The better answer. How many pancakes can you eat in 1 hour? How small can you make pancakes? There's a good straight cow answer. This is the ignoring thing. It's like I end up with some extra thing in there and then go, okay, now clean that thing you just did up and get rid of that middle thing. Frustrating, right? But it's just... It's the clock fight be spoiling my bicentennial. But I do like the look of this feeling and the thing right now with the black and the lighting and the shirt and the chair and all of the things like that. Looks like a chocolate cigar, like I told you. It does not look like a chocolate cigar. It looks like a cigar that's been adorned with meatball juice. How can you create information in a world where constantly changing, where history repeats itself over and over again in the very moment? I can create information by making it up on the fly. That's why you and I don't understand quite the same or see eye to eye. Because I get that things I make that are brand new are things I create. And I can do that right now for you to prove your idea is filled with poo.
That's great Annie right there.
I didn't repeat anything that's ever happened before, Jeremy Cole. Never before has that song been sung.
No, never before has that song been sung.
This exchange, hey, you're part of this unique creative moment too, Jeremiah. Because you engaged me so meaningfully. Finally, together, we got you there, buddy. You gave birth to your first bit of actual creativity.
May I have this lighter?
Yes, you may, but let me fill it up with gas first. The smallness of its flame is inadequate for your lovely fingers. You'll find it too frustrating to try to do. There's barely any gas left in it. Where did I leave the gas is the question. Fucking objects.
I know. How could it be? I would think they'd be close to you.
Where did you go with your can of butane? Come back now. I need to fill this tank. Let me
Is
think.
that it?
Yes, it is. Who's a good observer?
Thanks, Faye.
Thank you for using your observational powers to locate this object with an identity even though you could only see this.
Bum 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 bum. It's the magic of intuition.
We have to. I don't mean to be presumptuous, but we have to keep in mind that Whippet store is only open till 5 today.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for reminding me. That's not presumptuous at all, Rachel.
That is you going out of your way to not only fulfill every expression of your INFJ self to perfection, but to take onto your shoulders an SFJ kind of responsibility to remind me of something important. You know, we'd both be disappointed if we got there.
Oh my gosh.
5:15. No.
I know.
I don't want to go to the expensive Whippet store.
Yeah.
That would have been terrible.
That
You
would've
prevented
been.
that from happening, and you get full credit for it.
Thanks, Bay. Do you mind if we get Whippets today to celebrate the 4th of July?
You know, if you hadn't suggested it, I was going to, so.
Cool.
We were getting Whippets today already. That was not an issue up that was in question in my mind, so.
Cool.
You'd probably have to put up a little bit of resistance for me to go, okay, I guess we don't need to get Whippets. There you go.
Thank you.
Eric, someone told me this guy has something to say. Something like sensitivity and how it changes.
I've got something to say. It doesn't matter much to me as long as it is dead.
All loneliness is waiting for your kiss. I feel caress. That guy's name is the lead singer of the Misfits. His name is, I forget.
I don't know.
That's the Misfits, though. That song that I was just singing was by the band. But the guy who's the lead singer of the band went on to do something solo that was mildly successful. And I have forgotten his Danzig. I didn't forget his name.
Good job.
Thanks. That's the magic of knowledge. 1 second it's not there, the next second it is. Well, we've been streaming. I've been streaming for over 4 hours now. And I've enjoyed this whole time. And, in some regard, it's a respite because this is poorly attended because a holiday and I've been streaming a lot lately. But what that means is that I can both engage with the chat fully and also be able to talk at length about whatever without failing to attend to a lot of stuff in the chat. That's kind of nice.
Yeah.
And I think I look very like I guess more like art critic for a magazine in New York or something. A little more of that and a little less hobo than I have lately. I'm working my way up towards like college professor.
Yeah.
I think I should cut my. We should, I don't know if you want one too, but I think I'm gonna give myself a haircut today after we get back from the Whippet store.
Okay.
Okay. So anyway, goodbye. Why isn't the audiobook Gifts Differing on YouTube? All those books are terrible, you know that, right? But whatever, people like them, I get it. They're just not very correct. But it really makes me feel like, hey, finally, somebody's understanding that, hey, we're all okay. And I get that that's nice to hear and stuff, but Gifts Differing. It's just such a girly title. I've never read the whole thing. I've read chunks of it, but it's got too tidily a title. Gifts Differing. An exploration of my womanhood. I mean, it just feels like that kind of title. Or like, the unbearable lightness of being.
Oh, yeah.
Paul and Julie sat together. Neither of them talked for a moment. An autumn leaf fell. It's like that kind of NPR-y lit major bullshit. Okay, anyway. Whippets demand our current attention, so adieu.